Good afternoon, everyone. Here in Claremont, New Hampshire, population 13,000, as it seems like most of the town will be in this place to see President Trump speak at 2 o'clock today. I just want to set the scene for you here. I'm Matthew Alvarez for Right Side Broadcasting Network. The president, again, speaking at 2 o'clock Eastern. The program will start at 1 o'clock. You know, in New Hampshire, there's a lot of people very excited, a lot of enthusiasm for President Trump. Every time that I've been here, this is my third trip, you hear people in the audience will shout to the president, positive things, and the president will actually acknowledge them in the middle of his speech. You know, it just goes to show someone that is an outsider doesn't have to be, so untouchable. There are only a few, of course, as we know, in Washington that are on the people's team. We can list that. Name that list a little bit later. But once again, thank you so much for joining us. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 12 o'clock here on the East Coast. Once again, 1 o'clock will be the program. 2 o'clock, President Trump will speak. It's about 35 degrees outside here in blustery New Hampshire. So those of you in the South and out there in the SoCal, thanks a lot for keeping all the warmth down there. But let's take a live look right here at Stevens High School. This is in Claremont, New Hampshire. This is going to be an interesting kind of setup because you've got the main gym here, then the president's podium's right in the middle on the stage. On the other side is the old gym. So there's going to be another whole crowd there cheering on President Trump here in Claremont. Now, we do know, of course, today is Veterans Day. A number of great messages all across Truth Social and around social media for our veterans. We'll get to some of the things that President Trump will do once hopefully in office with Agenda 47 a bit later. Now, once again, here in New Hampshire, this will be the first in the nation primary on February 13th. And then that follows the Iowa caucuses, of course, that will be on January 15th. So less than 60 days away for Iowa. And then here in New Hampshire will be the second one. Speaking of Iowa, real quick, you have all these notes in this script here, but when you think of Iowa, you think of Governor Kim Reynolds. When you think that she's someone that would be on the side of conservatives, on the side of the people of Iowa, well, instead, Ms. Reynolds decides to endorse another candidate. Well, I'm not here to judge or dictate all the time when it comes to that, but we know who the leader is of the party. And by the national polling, we see that President Trump is tracking the lead, not only locally, but definitely nationally, even in some of the swing states. We'll get to that in a bit. Thankfully, on Wednesday night there, as you saw right here on Right Side Broadcasting, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, endorsed President Trump there live right before the president took the stage. What a great night that was in Hialeah, Florida, in front of thousands and thousands of people at that stadium. If you look at President Trump's Truth Social and Dan Scavino taking different videos and other staff members, and you see the amount of enthusiasm and excitement for not only President Trump, but what he led, right? What he led and what he is leading is the great Maga movement, the Make America Great Again movement. Nothing wrong with that movement, right? In the sense of peace and freedom and love for God and country. These are really great things that really, if someone calls us a name or whatever, it's like you take it, but you kind of realize that we're standing for peace through strength and not the other way around, where some, as you have seen, take on these atrocities around the world. We know that we will win with God in the sense of peace through strength, and also with someone like President Trump in the White House in 2025. So what's at stake here in the Granite State? That's 4 electoral votes, right? So that, and also the fact that there's 1.3 million people in this state of New Hampshire, and it's one of those states that can go either way, but we know, again, he is leading not only in the national polling against Biden, but also leading in the GOP presidential primary by a large margin. And, you know, it's interesting, a lot of people say, and on the left, I heard this the other day, you know, we don't pay attention to polls, we don't pay attention to the numbers. Well, all right, so if you don't like the numbers, we'll just realize that when we're at every event, we see the boots on the ground in the sense of supporters in droves, standing room only at all of these events. So not only do you see the real deal in person, you see the numbers reflecting that real deal. We have a lot more to get to here. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Also, follow Right Side Broadcasting Network as well on Truth Social at RSBN. Let's take another live look as we thank one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for sponsoring this awesome event that will take place at 1 o'clock. The program will start. And again, President Trump to take the stage around 2 o'clock. So we're up against another government shutdown later this month, and our wise leaders deal with it how they always do, more spending. So while lawmakers are high-fiving, your savings account continues to lose value because more spending weakens the dollar. So got to end the cycle. Diversify into gold with the help of Birch Gold Group. And listen, when you open up a gold IRA, for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, Birch Gold will send you a free gold bar. Not bad. Just text Trump to 9898, 9898. That's 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. So Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket, and you still get the free gold bars. So don't let your savings become a victim of the further devaluation of the dollar. All you got to do is text Trump to that number you see on your screen there, 9898. Receive a free info kit on gold and claim your eligibility before Black Friday to receive free gold bars on your qualified purchase. Once again, that's 989898. Text Trump to that number. Once again, you are looking live here in Claremont, New Hampshire. This will be a nice, loud crowd. I can guarantee that. Last time I checked out an event in New Hampshire, it was definitely loud, but we're in a gymnasium where it will definitely echo off the walls here, both at the old gym that you see back behind the podium, and then right here in this main gym at Stevens High School. We're only about 20 minutes east of the state line of Vermont. So definitely a nice area, gorgeous area this time of year, and we are happy to be here. So we talked about what's at stake here in the Granite State. Of course, the GOP presidential primary in the nation. Then once again, that follows the Iowa caucus, which will be on January 15th. And speaking of dates, as I mentioned earlier, today is November 11th, and there are those messages all over Truth Social, including from President Trump, which he posted this truth earlier today. He said, quote, "Happy Veterans Day. Our veterans will never stop fighting for the America we cherish. The full measure of your sacrifice and your family's dedication in support of your service may not be fully understood and appreciated, but it will never be forgotten." End quote. You know, this morning I was looking at a number of videos on YouTube of different servicemen and women that are doing military homecoming. And it definitely, you shed a tear when you see something like that. There was one that really particularly stood out. It was about 10 years ago in South Carolina at the football game there. And the wife and the two kids, the son and daughter, were on the 50-yard line. And the military service member, the dad, was on the Jumbotron and saying, I can't wait to see you guys, I miss you, and all that. And then they announced that, of course, that soldier was there. And the crowd erupted. The family ran to their dad, embraced him, a military veteran. And that's what it's all about, right? It's all about, and this might sound soft, but hey, listen, it's about love, right? It's about peace through strength. But loving your family, loving your country, loving God, right? And loving our military veterans. So thank you so much for your sacrifice to our nation. And also, we honor you today. I'm sure President Trump will be speaking plenty on that when he gets here a little bit later today. Also, there are a number of Agenda 47 items that the president is looking to take care of when it comes to policy for veterans throughout our country. I looked at a statistic the other day, 20 million veterans are still right here in this country, and those are the ones that we are honoring today as there are Veterans Day parades going on throughout the nation. A special hello to those areas, which of course is pretty much every state. And speaking of every state, there was a survey that actually just came out from the Trump campaign to a number of supporters asking about some of the issues that they are concerned about. And it was not funny, but interesting, the fact that they said apply or check all that apply. And here are some of them. Securing the border, stopping inflation, protecting your constitutional rights, ending foreign wars, putting America first, standing up to the woke agenda, and the list goes on. So if you get a chance, take that survey, let the president's team know the things that you're concerned about. I definitely, you just keep check marking all of them, because that's obviously what is going on in this country. We need to reverse all of these policies that are trying to take down the United States of America. And so what I meant by all 50 states is the fact that this survey was sent throughout the country, and everyone gets a chance to voice their opinion. And that's what it's about, right? We have free speech to voice our opinion, but also at the ballot box to vote and to be a committee man or a committee woman, or to do a number of things when it comes to election integrity. Coming up in less than a year now, the general election, November 5th, 2024. So 2016 to 2020, you remember all those red states that, at least in 2016, we saw a number of red states win and vote for President Trump. If you remember, it was states like Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona. These states were all red in 2016. You fast forward 4 years, the amount of great policies, the amount of pride you sensed for this country, and also not going into any wars, and all of the safety and the freedom, and that's what America's all about, right? So we had that from 2016 to 2020. So what would change in 2020? Why would Arizona go blue? Why would Wisconsin go blue? Why would Ohio and Pennsylvania and these other states decide to vote on the other side after the entire country, at least in my opinion, 100 million people, if not more, are for the Constitution and freedom in this land? How can that switch over? A number of people are probably shouting at the TV screen saying, because it was stolen. So the point is, that's what happened in 2020. So what do we do for 2024? We look at it and we do everything we can to not see another 2,000 Mules style documentary done, because hopefully nobody will be stuffing ballot boxes, which just happened, as you know, if you just want to Google this or go on DuckDuckGo and just type in Connecticut, and you'll see just recently some of that going on. Isn't it interesting that there's alternatives to big tech and big media and the mainstream media? Specifically, when I thought about Google, it's like I don't use Google much anymore. I use DuckDuckGo, right, to do my search engine type of thing. So that is the same thing as what is the alternative to YouTube? Rumble. What's the alternative to the mainstream media? Agencies just like Right Side Broadcasting Network, news organizations that are for truth and stand up for pro-free speech. There are so many alternatives that are happening now. You think about Public Square with all of the businesses that are going on there. These are veteran-owned. These are conservative, good people just wanting other conservatives and patriots to purchase goods off of that website. So there's alternatives that are happening like never before, and it all was spearheaded, as you know, from President Trump. I mean, he came in there and started coining the phrase fake news, because we realized that the left, their agenda, they want the narrative to be on the left, and lies and deceit and things that are just untrue to control the nation and to control the populace. And that's not what President Trump and the Maga movement is all about. It's about freedom. It's about the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and the Third Amendment and Fourth, and the entire Constitution. So if you get a chance, Donating to Right Side Broadcasting Network would be great because this is what pays the bills to come and cover all of these kind of events. So that's pretty awesome to see that happen, to see when you help us out with flights and hotels and getting here and traveling. So if you'd like to donate, go to RSBN, go to rsbnetwork.com, and you can donate there. You can also get the newsletter, which has exclusive offers and a lot of exclusive content right into your email inbox. Why not get it from places like Right Side Broadcasting Network, where you're going to get the truth, you're going to get America First agenda and the actual facts of what's going on. This is what's interesting. The truth is with the people on the right? The truth is the Constitution, the Bible. So what's on the left? Why they don't talk about any of that stuff? They want to lie about what's happening on the southern border and the northern border. They want to lie about where money has gone throughout the world and the country, and that's what they do. And they project what they're doing, right? They project onto us, the American people, and America First leadership, what they're actually doing, AKA The View. It's interesting. The other day, I have an antenna, right, for the local stations. I use another kind of streaming app for the, if I do want to flip on one of the mainstream networks, Fox or CNN, just to see what they're talking about. But I went onto the antenna and I flipped through, and The View was on, and look at who I saw there. As Greg Gutfeld last night had his first monologue talking all about Hillary Clinton. Well, I'll tell you, it was interesting to hear everything she said. She was projecting onto the American people what exactly the left wing is doing. So we already know about this because of what President Trump has done. We're becoming more aware as a family, as a nation, as a people that are believers in wholesome, good things, right? We want to win. We want to have success. We want to raise our families. We love our families. We love our God. We love our land. We love our soil. And we love our military veterans. So at the end of the day, we're hoping, of course, for a win in 2025 in the sense of when the president would be doing a speech outside the Capitol, which would be great. Once again, I said election was less than a year away. And the president also said for 4 straight years under the Trump administration, I kept America safe, I kept Israel safe, and I kept the entire world safe. That, a quote from President Trump. And he also said what a difference a president makes. I agree with that 100%. And I know that, you hear me talking about this and that, about President Trump, and at the end of the day, you could tell the fruit of the labor. The fruit of the labor is matching up and resonating with the American people. So if a citizen, any citizen or a friend or a family member says the same thing, I can easily quote them here too. But I'm quoting the president because he's the one that led this movement and is leading the Maga movement, which is not only, people that wear a red hat, right? Not only a certain socioeconomic background, it's all backgrounds, all races, and around the world, I believe, that love freedom, the people that are in the free world. Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, Jair Bolsonaro, who should be also the President of Brazil. I remember running into a number of Brazilians in Nevada, and they love President Trump. It was at Trump International Hotel, and they were speaking Portuguese, but I knew what the Trump hats, and we kind of talked and laughed together. Again, this is not about a racial divide or, oh, you're from that country, don't say America first. We're saying America first because we live here, right? But we also are for freedom, and that is a global thing for the entire globe. We embrace each other. We're on the same team. And so though on the left you see a lot of competition when it comes to the mainstream media, I'll be real. I want to fist bump one of the conservative media people because they're on the same team. We're doing this together. We're moving forward as a unit in peace, but through strength. And so we are very happy to be here in Claremont, New Hampshire. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. So glad to be out of the mainstream media and here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's take another live look as we thank one of our sponsors. We have wonderful sponsors that are providing this coverage today here in New Hampshire. Let's take a live look, see how many people are in here now. From about 20 minutes ago, it's starting to get a little bit more crowded in that back area. And then, of course, here in this foreground, it'll be packed as well. So, question for you. Are you tired of the same old monotonous, liberal flavored coffee brands? Stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values. And my friends, that's Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. You want to be proud to support the company knowing they align with your conservative values. And that's why I'm telling you, why not give them a try? So that's why I'm proud to personally recommend Blackout Coffee. I mean, at the end of the day, I should get this for my wife, who absolutely loves coffee. She's more of a coffee connoisseur than I am. So this might be a Christmas gift. If she's watching right now, it's just going to be a gift. This is a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values, from sourcing the beans to the roasting process, customer support or shipping. They've got an incredible work ethic and are dedicated to promoting conservative principles and accept no compromise on taste or quality. So do us a favor, check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. That you see that right there on your screen. You can use this coupon. You're actually going to get 20% off your first order. That's pretty good stuff right there. 20% off your first order. So your coupon code is RSBN. All you got to do is ditch the other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN, or use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. Once again, that's Blackout Coffee. We are live here in Claremont, New Hampshire. A little bit of housekeeping. 1 o'clock will be the start of the program. We will have the president then at 2 o'clock, around 2 o'clock here in Claremont. A population of about 13,000 people. Once again, we're only a few miles from the state of Vermont, so a gorgeous area here in the Northeast United States. Now, here in New Hampshire, I checked out about 15 polls last night, literally 15 polls on realclearpolitics.com. They have a list of all of them, from USA Today and Emerson and that kind of thing. Out of all 15 polls for New Hampshire, President Trump has a huge lead in the Granite State. And again, if you want instant gratification, showing the proof in the pudding, just wait as the people are going through security right now, and you'll see yet another standing room only crowd here in New Hampshire. It's been the same way as you saw with Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb in Florida the other night. Same way with Vanessa Broussard in Vegas recently as well. I mean, people are showing up in droves because not only do they love President Trump, they love what he stands for. They love the United States of America. They love freedom and their faith. They love their families. Simple stuff, but it's what this nation is made on. And then from there, you can build and have a successful life and hopefully a great life. And that leads me to a point that I was thinking about. You know, while we're going through a very discouraging, tough time in this country, needless to say, right? What kinds of things can we do individually to get through these tough times? In my opinion, there's a few. One, a meeting with God, your prayer life with God. You got the Old Testament, the New Testament. You've got Judeo-Christian principles, the God of Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob, the God as Jesus Christ, who he is in the New Testament. You've got a friend, obviously, in our Creator. Then also meet with yourself. That might sound weird, but there's meditation, there's quiet time to kind of reflect and to be silent and to do some meditation. I believe in that as well. Also, friends and family, hanging out with friends and family, having a great time, laughing, watching some sports here and there. I mean, I thought about President Trump. He has Live Golf. He's out there golfing, destroying the competition. Watch this. I mean, those videos he shows of Biden out there trying to hit a ball around, I mean, it's ridiculous. So the combination of God, ourselves, friends and family, and enjoying God's creation, right? These are the kinds of things for me personally and my family and others that we do to get through these difficult times that we're faced with right now in this country. I know a number of people are scared, and a number of people are concerned, And you don't want to admit that because you don't want to seem weak. But at the end of the day, the Bible says, fear not, for I am with you, for God is with you. And of course, in Psalm 23, a great scripture there as well. So be encouraged. I'm only saying that to you because that's personally how I handle what's going on in life right now, because it is wild. As you know, the atrocities in Israel, the atrocities going on around the world. President Trump the other day, actually I think this was last night on Univision, he said things in Gaza, things in Israel on both sides, in the sense of the death and the destruction. You remember when Caitlin Collins, that lovely journalist at CNN, asked President Trump on the stage about what are your thoughts about Russia and Ukraine? How would you end this war in 24 hours? President Trump said simply, first, I want the killing to stop. I want the killing to stop. And that's what didn't happen while he was the president. Between 2016 and 2024, we had no wars, no new wars, and he brought peace through strength. He met with, come on guys, he met with the Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator, in the demilitarized zone. That was, talk about epic. That's some epic stuff. For him to cross into North Korea, a U.S. president did that, shaking hands with him, right? You know, talking to Putin. And then the left wing's like, oh, you're buddy-buddy with these guys. He's not buddy, but he's just doing what he has to do to keep America safe and the world safe. So we know that to be true. Once again, we're here in Claremont, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Also, if you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Go ahead on Telegram as well. Go ahead to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter for the newsletter. I'm at Matthew Alvarez for Truth Social. And as the time goes on, really important, text this link to friends and family so more people can see this speech here on this lovely Saturday, November 11th, Veterans Day, as we honor the sacrifices of our veterans, those that lost their lives, and those families. If any of you Gold Star families are watching, we're with you, we believe with you, we pray with you, and we know that President Trump met with a number of you as well. And for those that are still with us and have gotten wounded or injured in war, same thing, we're with you guys. Thank you so much for what you have done for our nation. And you can see a number of great posts on Truth Social that will reflect that sentiment from so many people, from Ted Nugent to Donald Trump to John Rich, on and on and on. Everybody's out there, MTG, Carrie Lake, everybody is saying things because we mean it. It's not just a thing that sounds nice. Oh, you know, happy Veterans Day. No, this is the real deal. We're all in this together as a team in the sense of anybody can join the team, right? We're not saying, no, you can't join. No, anybody can join this team, but to reflect what the team looks like in the sense of not race what you look like physically, but what you are into, freedom, God, right? Family, success. We're all on that same team together, defending our country and peace through strength. Now, after seeing a great quote from Dr. Ben Carson, a statement on President Trump recently, our nation is in desperate need of strong leadership. A president who fights for the American people, our freedoms, our safety, and our future. This is Ben Carson's quote. Was on Truth Social. So he said, at Real Donald Trump is that leader, and I am proud to give him my full endorsement for President of the United States. Join me in this fight to make America great again. Switching gears to the national polls, key swing states. We're looking at Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He is leading over Biden in all of those states. Yes, Wisconsin is back and forth just a little bit, but he is leading in all of these states through a number of polls. And let's be real. If it's not Biden, it will be maybe Gavin Newsom. I believe the numbers will still reflect a Trump presidency, once again, because the people that you see on social media talking about voting for President Trump and seeing what's happening with our cities, with crime, seeing what's happening with the southern border, with the immigration crisis, the invasion. seeing all of the people that show up at all of these events on a constant basis, right? Seeing all of the law enforcement, though President Trump isn't in the White House right now, right? Law enforcement from local, state, county, maybe some federal, because I'm not sure if federal government can take photos with the president or not. But my point is, local, state, local county and state law enforcement take photos with President Trump when he's boarding Trump Force One or when he's deplaning, because they want to be next to the guy that is all about backing the blue and being a supporter of law and order. And I was talking with someone yesterday. We know that there are bad apples in every group, right? We're not talking about highlighting a couple of bad apples. We're talking about highlighting what this whole movement is all about. Peace through strength, freedom, love for our country, love for God, and love for a person that he hears that all the time. You know, you come in here and you're going to hear people chanting, we love you, right? And he says, I love you back. That's what it's about. Peace through strength and love for our nation. Now, I want to quote Charlie Kirk from the other day. I was watching one of his videos. You know how he sits there and these people, these liberal kids come up to him out of college, right? And it's just F-bombing and saying all this stuff to Charlie. And then the guy walks away and Charlie sits there and he just says, when he was on a campus debating a college student on the left, Charlie said the left wing is, quote, all rage with no wisdom. Isn't that the truth? All rage, no wisdom. All rage, brainwashed to hate, brainwashed to destroy or to steal or to hurt people. That's this indoctrination, this brainwashing that has happened to some people that were, right? Some of them probably good-hearted people. There's a difference between brainwashed and someone that's straight evil, right? There are some people, I believe, that are brainwashed and evil, but then there's some people that are just straight up brainwashed. They think that this is the thing to do. Go against, freedom. Go against a leader that stands for great things. And so the media, as you know, I'm preaching to the choir here, left-wing media for decades, from its inception, probably was indoctrinating and brainwashing and sharing propaganda in with deep state and others, saying, here's what the truth is. The NBC News debate the other night was actually interesting because I only watched for 5 seconds a clip after the debate because I was glued to Rumble and Right Side Broadcasting Network, where Kari Lake called Brian Glenn a national treasure because he's leading the way from mainstream journalism over to the right side of things, right? Christina Bobb there as well. And then the point is, it was a great speech there, but at NBC, when I watched this quick clip, the production looked great. I mean, the lighting, everything looked wonderful. NBC News, right? Funny enough, the people that are sitting in the crowd, a video behind the scenes, were chanting Trump, 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 right? During that commercial break. I know a number of you saw that. And the producer for NBC was on stage during that commercial break as the number of candidates were behind her. She said, stop that. These people have worked hard. Let's not do that again. First of all, it's their First Amendment right to yell Trump, 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 right? So they try to shut that down. All that to say this. Vivek did a great job, I believe, and I believe he'll be in the cabinet of a Trump administration if President Trump wins in 24. My point is, the left wing has always showed that they're all very polished and, have their nice news desks and their nice lights. And sure, conservative media is stepping up in all those ways, but they've been spewing the lies from the left for decades, right? So that's what we're dealing with. And I think a lot of people are waking up to that fact, and they're saying, I'm not going to trust. They betrayed the trust of the American people. I was one of the people that started to trust in a Fox News. Now you see what happened with Tucker Carlson, and you see that they cover certain stories, but they don't go as far to say positive things about President Trump very often. Obviously, CNN and MSDNC obviously doesn't talk great about President Trump. And if you look on DuckDuckGo or on Google or on Bing or Yahoo or AOL, whatever your search engine is, go ahead and type in Trump and then go over and press news. You're not going to see very many positive stories about Trump, as we know, because the mainstream media is always out to attack people that are standing up for Judeo-Christian values. I mean, freedom is a biblical thing. I believe peace is a biblical thing. Jesus is the Prince of Peace. So people that hate anybody that stands for Judeo-Christian principles, it's not about going to kill anyone. So and this isn't just an America thing, right? This isn't just a Brazil thing. There are people all around the world that love freedom and love their faith. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's wonderful to talk about all of these type of topics. When I worked in the mainstream media, I never had that chance. So, a little bit more housekeeping items. If we would turn the camera around, we don't have to right now. And I remember President Trump saying one time, the lights are a little bit bright. These lights are so bright. So I'm like almost in a trance, but I'm still talking the truth because I know what I believe in, and I know that you believe in it as well. Once again, let's take a live look real quick here in Claremont, New Hampshire. We will be thanking some of our sponsors in a bit, but we do want you to follow us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, on Truth Social, RSBN. At RSBN is the social platform that you can follow us on. Also, as you're looking at the crowd here, you can see the backstage area behind the president is packed. This area in front of us in the foreground is getting more and more crowded. Now, before I was reading off a number of things from a supporter survey, we were talking about ending big tech, censorship, restoring integrity to our elections, and backing the blue. Well, these are a number of items that the president in Agenda 47 will be reversing, hopefully, when he gets back into the White House. I'm going to step back here on camera here in Claremont, New Hampshire. We're about to go to a commercial break, but before we do, I want to let you know that the president will be here to speak at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock will be the pre-program. We have all of the names of the people that will be speaking prior to President Trump's arrival here. We are also working on getting a veteran here on camera. It's a little bit difficult with some of the media access, but we'll see if we can get him. So we're here in Claremont, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll see you right on the other side of this commercial break.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout! Blackout Coffee, baby!
Blackout Coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name is Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest Christmas sale ever. You get our brand new 6-piece My Towels for only $29.98, or rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper as low as $99.99. Or how about MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98? There's something for everyone. Duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more. Well, I know My Pillow products make for the perfect Christmas gifts, so I'm going to extend my money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024. So go to MyPillow.com now or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all My Pillow products. For example, you get our 6-piece towels for only $29.98. Or get your very own My Pillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98. It's our biggest Christmas sale ever. Get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
I'm excited to announce that we're bringing back our best offer ever on our original My Slippers. You save $90 a pair with your promo code. And now My Slippers come in even more sizes. Smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new styles and colors. Get them for your friends, your family, your neighbors, everyone you know. What makes My Slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My Slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help relieve stress on your feet. I'm so confident that you and everyone you know are going to love My Slippers that I'm extending my 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024, making them the best Christmas gifts ever. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90. That's only $49.98 a pair. Quantities won't last long, so please order now.
Welcome back to Claremont, New Hampshire. You are looking live here as we await President Trump to speak at 2 o'clock here on the East Coast, just about a few minutes away from the Vermont border. A number of people from New Hampshire here, of course, and also Vermont. Now, one of our sponsors we do want to thank as well. This might be a really good Christmas gift. With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking good. So now's a good time to make sure kids learn about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again. So one thing you can count on is that public schools obviously won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump. So it's up to us as parents to teach our kids. To help make it really easy, Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. The best part is they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. You just have to pay a small fee for shipping and processing. To learn more and order the free Kids Guide to President Trump for your own kids, just go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. But hurry, this guide has been flying off the shelves. All you got to do is go to freetrumpbook.com right now and order your free copy. Once again, live here in Claremont, New Hampshire, awaiting the president to speak. And that'll be about an hour from now. 1 o'clock will be the speakers that will take the stage for the pre-program. Now, we did talk about Dr. Ben Carson's statement on the president earlier. He's saying that he is a supporter of the president, fully endorsing Donald Trump for the White House to be the 47th president of the United States. We also discussed that supporter survey. You may have received that in the email. Stephen. And I was just calling over one of the senior advisors. We're just trying to see if we can get someone that is with the New Hampshire GOP here. All right, looking like that he is not allowed to come on up. So we were talking earlier as well about the 2016 to 2020, the red states that voted for President Trump, of course, were places like Arizona, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Georgia, and how that somehow switched when it was the election in 2020. So, figuring out what to do this time in the sense of making sure the election is fair, free and fair and secure is what is being worked on throughout a number of people throughout the country. Causeofamerica.org as well, with Mike Lindell is a website that is teaching people how to check on the polls, check on voter rolls. Also, precinctstrategy.com with Steve Stern, also doing a great job for committeemen and committeewomen in each of these precincts and these counties throughout the country. So it's precinctstrategy.com and causeofamerica.org. So I was thinking about the media earlier about New York City and how there's so many people there. They once directed the narrative for the country and the world. Well, New York City and the media there is losing its power. People are becoming aware that just because you have a nice production, like I mentioned before, lights, camera, and action, and have been around for decades, it doesn't mean you're on the side of the truth. People still want authenticity. They want the real deal, and they don't want make-believe any longer. The left hates life, or they wouldn't be celebrating those abortion measures passed in Ohio and elsewhere just recently. And as I mentioned earlier, the left is projecting what they're actually doing onto us by saying things that are anti-freedom, anti-America. Earlier, we were also discussing the conservative alternatives, Rumble over YouTube and Truth Social over X. Obviously, having people in a community like Truth Social or Getter or on Telegram, these are the places that you can go to be with a community of people that are like-minded. Of course, there are some naysayers on there. It kind of reminds me of speaking with someone that at an Iowa rally. She was saying that the left was teaching her so many things about hate, and she got kind of messed up in that kind of circle. But then she realized what real life was. And real life was meeting with the actual people of the country and hearing what their thoughts are on what's happening around the nation. And she actually transitioned in the sense of went from the left to the right and is now a Trump supporter. We're looking at 12:45 here in Claremont, New Hampshire. And one of the things I was looking at the other day about freedom and the president, the fact that President Trump he's the truth candidate, the top America First candidate, the constitutional republic candidate, the peace through strength candidate, the family choice candidate, the law and order candidate, and most importantly, the we the people candidate. The president is leading the way when it comes to national polls, local polls, and you can see with the excitement of the people here in Claremont, New Hampshire, that as this event goes on, you'll see excitement, enthusiasm that you see usually at every event that President Trump does at a Maga, whether it's a rally or it's a remarks-style speech like it is here today in Claremont. I was also looking at a cable news assessment the other day, and you look at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, BBC, Al Jazeera, Russia Today, Sky News. And if you look at the network news, ABC, NBC, CBS, they're all left-wing. Fox obviously isn't as left-wing as those, but a lot of them are brainwashing machines. They're brainwashing machines. Again, go ahead and type Trump into any search engine. You're going to see hate against him, hate against MAGA. That's interesting. MAGA is the majority of the country. And so if you're going to go against that, then you're going against the fabric of the country and the people of this nation. I want to read a couple things for Agenda 47 as we take a live look here in Claremont as we await the president. Agenda 47 for veterans. President Trump passed the largest reform of the Department of Veterans Affairs in a generation, including VA accountability and VA choice, and fired 11,500 federal workers who failed to give our wounded warriors the quality and timely care they so richly deserve. He secured record funding for mental health services and expanded access to telehealth and suicide prevention resources. To secure the blessings of freedom for those who risk their lives to defend it, President Trump decreased veteran homelessness, increased educational benefits, and achieved record low veteran unemployment. He says, we will fight to serve our veterans with better care and benefits than ever before. Speaking of the military, Agenda 47, President Trump announced his plan to rebuild America's depleted military, address the military recruitment crisis, and restore the proud culture and honor of America's armed forces. We must be able to defend our homeland, the president says, our allies, and our military assets around the world from the threat of hypersonic missiles, no matter where they are launched from, just as President Trump rebuilt our military. President Trump will build a state-of-the-art next-generation missile defense shield to defend America from missile attack. A number of these items you can see on donaldjtrump.com for Agenda 47 if you're interested in looking further at some of these policies. I want to switch gears right now to the immigration crisis and the invasion that we see on the southern border. You know, we're seeing people being flown from all countries, all walks of life, not just South Americans, not just Hispanics. We're talking people from all around the world are coming through that southern border and being flown to cities all across our land, as you know. We're seeing actual video now from members of the conservative media showing these things happening and hearing that these people, mainly males that are of almost military age, right, are just coming into our nation. Where are the wives, the women, the children? It's all males coming in, it seems like. We're seeing this video being documented from Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and all along the border, seeing this happen. So obviously the President Trump, if he's elected, would be finding and deporting anyone that is illegal here in the country, especially those maybe on the terror watch list that have crossed into our country. As we hear that word terrorism a lot from a number of people, a number of mainstream media and left-wing liberals call it terrorism, when at the end of the day, the people that killed people in Gaza, or in Gaza was killing in Israel, these are people that are calling it a holy war, right? Well, it's an unholy war, in my opinion. That's unholy to kill. So at the end of the day, they're serving the radical Muslims, are serving, in my opinion, not the God of the Bible, of the God of Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob, not the God in the New Testament, Jesus Christ. They are supporting Allah. When they say Allah Akbar, they mean, if you look it up, what does Allah Akbar mean? You look it up, it says Allah is greatest. I disagree with that. But if you look at CNN and other left-wing media, it says God is greatest. So they call the one that they say Allah Akbar, they are saying it's God is greatest. Well, the truth is they're saying Allah is greatest. That is, if you think about it, that's, you know, Philistines and all this stuff way back in the Bible. King Nebuchadnezzar in the Old Testament had everybody bow to an image. All of them, thousands of people were bowing, but there was those three guys, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who did not bow. They were men of God. They were Jews that were not going to bow to that false idol. He got so mad, he threw the three, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, into the fire. And guess what happened? King Nebuchadnezzar got so mad, he looked into that fire, and he realized that there was a fourth in that fire. And it was like an angel-type being. Many believe that was actually Jesus, or that was God walking with them, protecting them. The soldiers that threw those three in, they died. And then, of course, we know what happened. The three men survived. So A lot to go into there, but obviously we're here in Claremont, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Welcome back to Claremont, New Hampshire. We are live here waiting on President Trump, who will be speaking at 2 o'clock. The program will start at 1. Now, the newsletter for Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can get a number of exclusive offers and exclusive content by going to rsbnetwork.com. You can do that today to get that email in your inbox and get some great coverage. Want to tell you about Blackout Coffee. Are you tired of the same old monotonous, liberal-flavored coffee brands? Stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. You go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values. And my friends, that's Blackout Coffee. It's not enough to simply taste great. You want to be proud to support the company, knowing they align with your conservative values. And that's why I'm telling you to give them a try. All you got to do is go to their website, blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN, or use a coupon code for 20% off of your order. This is Veterans Day, November 11th, 2023. A lot ahead of us here on this day as we await a number of speakers prior to President Trump's address to the people of New Hampshire. Once again, the program starts at 1 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock the president will speak. At stake here in the Granite State, if you just joined us, is 4 electoral votes. This will be the first primary of the nation. That will be on February 13th of next year. Then in Iowa will be the first caucus, which will be just a month before on January 15th. As you know, President Trump has been to Iowa a number of times. Same thing with New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, and recently that rally in Florida, where he spoke from the heart, as he does at every rally and every event. This one here, I think, will be a little bit maybe less on the teleprompter and more kind of riffing it as he does, and he enjoys doing that. He asks the people if they like it. They, of course, love when he kind of tells a story off the prompter. But, of course, the content that he does share with us is all about Agenda 47 and all what he would do as the next president of the United States. November 5th, 2024, less than a year away from that election. So a little bit about myself. I'm Matthew Alvarez. I've been in the mainstream media I was in it for about 15 years. Got out of that, and thankful to be on the right side of things, the right side of history on conservative media, when, you know, the mainstream will continue to lie and be against the truth or against our freedoms, and to continually lie and push their agenda. And saw a couple of people here. They were holding a Time magazine with President Trump's face on it right here. I mean, everybody's just happy to have memorabilia from the president. If you remember that one book that he has, stories from Donald J. Trump, the president, or letters to the president. I mean, everybody was writing him letters. A number of famous people for so many years. Interesting, when he, became the president. Then everybody, a number of them said, okay, I'm not a supporter, AKA Oprah and others, but it shows the truth as to President Trump and how people liked him as a person. You know, he was and is a bulldog. He did great things, you know, in New York City with his great Trump International organization. And hopefully will continue with that as he's facing so many of these fake indictments against him in New York, in Washington, D.C., in Georgia. We see that he's spending some of his time, you know, in New York for some of that, some of the court proceedings, and then spends the other time out on campaign stops. And I'm sure that's going to ramp up as well. He'll be out here in a number of states, and that's the thing you see is a lot of people show up with excitement and enthusiasm, and that's what this is all about here in Claremont, New Hampshire. Once again, a population of about 13,000 people. President Trump leading in the polls here in the state and also nationally in the major, you know, swing states as well against President Biden. Also, whether it's going to be Biden or Gavin Newsom or whoever, MAGA and the people that love freedom across this land won't be switching their vote, no matter who the Democrats will have in the sense of running for office to be the 47th president of the United States. Now, the election being less than a year away and the mainstream media continuing to push their brainwashing, their information war against the American people, while the people, again, are becoming awake to what they're doing and turning towards conservative media and also listening to the president as he shares these speeches. It's very encouraging, very true, and overall an amazing time when you hear the president speak and share his thoughts about the country. Now, as for Iowa, I've been there about 5 times covering the president. I've only seen 2 people really against President Trump, or heard about 2 people. One, as we now know, the Rhino Governor Kim Reynolds, and then the one guy at the Iowa State game who Matt Drudge so kindly highlighted on the Drudge Report at the Iowa State game. Other than that, yesterday, the Iowa Attorney General said life was better under a Trump administration. There are 3 million plus people in the Hawkeye State. They love God, their country, and President Trump. And the Rhino Governor Reynolds, they're obviously against her, but a large portion of these.
And please welcome to the stage State Representative Kimberly Hebert as she leads us in today's invocation.
Dear Almighty God, we unite today, bonded by our love of God, family, in this great United States of America. And on this Veterans Day, gratitude fills our hearts as we acknowledge the tremendous sacrifices made by all veterans and their families who have selflessly served this great land. And we thank and remember the thousands of service members serving our country here and abroad throughout the world. And we ask boldly for your protection of them. Isaiah 54:17 assures us, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. We need your protection, God, upon this beloved country. Guard us against adversity. Turn our collective trust and our hearts towards you. We release our fears about the future into your hands, trusting that your divine plan unfolds. And we ask, God, for your protection over our allies, including Israel, and your divine intervention to bring peace to this world. And we stand at this pivotal moment in history. And God, we need your watchful eye over this pending election and over all of us standing up for what we believe. And one last thing, God, we boldly ask for your protection of our president, President Donald J. Trump, and may his path be safe, his travels secure, in his words and actions, guided by your wisdom and grace. In our Lord Jesus Christ's name, amen.
Take my eyes off of you, you'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive.
And there you go. We had the prayer for the opening program here in Claremont, New Hampshire. We have a number of speakers that will be. Here we go.
Please welcome to the stage Marine Corps veteran Brian Crowley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's make this loud and proud, everyone. And please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Adriano Parator to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage New Hampshire Republican Party Chairman Chris Hager.
All right, thank you. Just going to take a couple minutes here. First, I want to thank you all and thank all the veterans in the crowd, even the Air Force people. And, they got to wear uniforms too. But really, this is a very important year ahead of us. The Biden administration has been an unmitigated disaster for America, and we need to get rid of them next November, and we can do it with your help. Does anybody in here, think that we're better off than 4 years ago with respect to the economy? How about crime? Is crime better? The border? No. World peace? 4 years ago, we were in a very good position in all of those areas, plus many, many more. Today, everything's falling apart because of the incompetence and the poor policies of the Biden administration, and it's up to us to set the stage for a Republican sweep in November of '24. And we've shown the way in New Hampshire. Last Tuesday in Manchester, we won not only the mayor's race, but also the Board of Aldermen. Manchester is now a Republican city from top to bottom. We have the winning formula. It starts with good people. We got a lot of good people in the party running for office. We've got to have the resources to do it. But more importantly, we have the policies that are good for Americans, good for people of New Hampshire. We need to promote that, work together, and we are going to win next November. There's one aspect that I'm going to ask for your help with, and that's once the primaries are over, you got to unify behind our candidates. Everyone, no matter who you support, whoever wins, let's support that candidate. And just a little anecdote from Manchester. In one day, we had the Islamic Society of New Hampshire and the synagogue vice president on the stage together. They all endorsed our mayor candidate. And that was after October 7th. We had Log Cabin Republicans and Cornerstone Religious Conservative Group together supporting our candidate. We had police union and teachers from the union supporting our candidate. We reached out to them. Even though the unions didn't support, the members did. We can replicate that across the entire state. So we've got to bring the big tent together. We come together with some unity, and if we execute, we win. I don't mean execute the opposition. I mean execute our plan. Okay? The last thing I want to leave you with is a few numbers, because I was a math guy. Democrats outraise us in our state 3-1. They have a 3-1 advantage on money. They outraise us 5-1 out-of-state money. In New England, we have 33 federal officials. In Washington, 1 is Republican. We live in a tough neighborhood, but we still own the state house, the governor, the House, the Senate, and we're going to keep it that way and expand it next November with your help. Thank you very much. It's great to be in Sullivan County. Thank you. Great to be with a bunch of patriots here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hillsborough County Attorney John Coughlin.
Good afternoon, Claremont. Good afternoon, Sullivan County. A few things I want to mention first. Dartmouth College is here. Some of the finest people you meet are in line. As you stand in line, you chat with people. Also, Mark Hathaway and his wife, Mary. Mark has been the Sullivan County attorney since 1987. He's going to retire pretty soon. Mark, thank you for your service to the county. I also wanted to recognize Chris Ager, who just left. He's our state chair. He's also a West Point graduate and a veteran. The Veterans Administration website defines certain qualities of a veteran, and one is a patriot. The other is love of country, sacrifice for the greater good, and a willingness to serve. Many of our collective histories involves veterans. My family is no different than your family. For example, my grandfather was a veteran of World War I. He was gassed in the trenches in France. November 11th is the primary date, obviously, when the battle stops. All battles stopped on the front in France. On the 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month. The Treaty of Versailles was signed about a year later. My father served in World War II, like many of your parents or grandparents. I served in Iraq for 3 terms. Well, it wasn't 3 terms. It was 3 tours. Thank you. When I was there in 2010, 2011, I was with the 4th Infantry Division outside of Tikrit, and we were wondering how many residual troops is President Obama going to leave in Iraq? The answer, none. It wasn't until President Trump came in 2016 and had to clear out ISIS from Iraq, because ISIS had retaken Iraq, they had retaken Syria, and it was President Trump who destroyed ISIS. And as president, what did he do? Not only destroy ISIS, he rebuilt the Veterans Administration from the top up. He fired incompetent bureaucrats. And he provided a program of community care where veterans could go outside the community for health care. He's also promised a full-service hospital in Manchester. We're the only state in the country without a full-service VA hospital. And he has promised us, and as we know, there's an old expression, the Vietnam veterans, about talking the talk and walking the walk. And that's exactly what President Trump, he walks the walk. When he says something, he delivers. Now, those 4 qualities I gave you regarding veterans, and let's not forget the families of veterans. They really bear the burden when soldiers, Marines, airmen, sailors, when they're deployed. It's the families that are here. The families are the ones that suffer. And we have to be mindful of that. So what are the qualities? Patriot. Donald Trump is a patriot. There's no doubt about that. His love for the country is unquestioned. His sacrifice for the good of others. He's sacrificing what he's doing here. We see all the court cases. He's sacrificing himself and his family for us. We can't forget that. And the last, his willingness to serve. Imagine someone with his money, with his background prestige. He's willing to come here and he's willing to fight for us, each and every one of us. So, God bless the state of New Hampshire. God bless the United States, and God bless Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage State Representative Jim Kofalt.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? You know, I heard an interesting story the other day in the news. Chris Christie, you know, I sense this crowd doesn't like Chris Christie. Chris Christie made a very interesting and bold prediction. He said Donald Trump is done. He said, Donald Trump should just pack up his bags and head home because he's done. It's over. And what really caught my interest the most was this. He said, I know who's going to be the end of the Trump campaign. It's the 603. And that caught my attention because I'm here speaking on behalf of a group that calls itself the 603 Alliance. We are one of the leading grassroots activist organizations in the state of New Hampshire, and I am proud to announce today that we are endorsing Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States. Folks, we are in a bad place right now. All you need to do is go to the grocery store, go to the checkout line, and your dollars are not going as far as they used to. Do you know that inflation reached a higher level under the Biden administration than it's been at since the presidency of Jimmy Carter? And we're getting hit at the gas pumps, too. Under Donald Trump, we had American workers producing American energy, we had jobs, and we had gas well under $3 a gallon. Under the Biden administration, at one point it got up to $5.10. National average, that is the highest it's ever been. We haven't seen energy prices spike the way they have under the Biden administration since the Jimmy Carter administration. And the international stage doesn't look very good either. Look what happened in the Ukraine. I think Vladimir Putin sized up the Biden administration and he sensed weakness. He said, you know what? I'm going to make a bold move and they're not going to stop me. I don't think that ever would have happened under Donald J. Trump. Now, Russia has been an aggressor state over the years. They've invaded Georgia and Chechnya. But they haven't made a move this big or this bold since 1979 when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. Who was president then? I think it was Jimmy Carter. Folks, Joe Biden is Jimmy Carter all over again. Joe Biden is Jimmy Carter all over again, except this time we get a grumpy old man who's got a really cozy relationship with the Chinese Communist Party. So I suggest when you're going out to have I suggest that when you're sitting down with friends and family over the holidays this year, that you ask them the same question that Ronald Reagan asked in the 1980 debates. Same question we heard from Chris Ager just a few minutes ago. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Do you like Donald Trump's gas prices, or do you prefer Joe Biden's gas prices? How are things working out at the grocery store? What do you think about record low unemployment numbers for women and minorities? Because under Donald Trump, we achieved that. What do you think about peace in the Middle East? Donald Trump was brokering peace deals in the Middle East that people said were not possible. And look what's happening now. This is tragic. It's horrific. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a turnaround artist, and we have one. Donald J. Trump. So I'm going to echo the comments you heard from Chris Ager. We need you to get out there and support President Trump, but we also need you to support Republicans from the State House all the way up. We need your support. We need to give Donald Trump backup and make sure that he can get things done the next 4 years when he's president. Thank you.
You saw and heard some of the speakers here in New Hampshire delivering rousing mini speeches to a number of the people here. It's got to be more than 1,000 people at least packing this house out. There's actually a mini upper deck to your left that you can see here on both sides, but it's mainly packed on the one side. The other side looks like it's more of a security side. And then you've got that back gym behind the stage, and then all the people sitting here in the foreground. What a beautiful day it is here. It's blue sky, sunny, a little very cold though for some of you out there. It's about 38 degrees. That's my guess because I know it wasn't going to go into the 40s here. So let me look. 42. There you go, 42. It's at upper 30s all day, but that's besides the point. We are live here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. A great time to go ahead and share the link to a number of friends and family on this Veterans Day as a number of parades around the country may be wrapping up, or maybe they'll be starting a little bit after the speech. But this is something to watch maybe at the Veterans Day Parade as you're giving your thanks and your applause to the veterans as they march down the streets of Main Street, USA. And you know, on your phone, you could watch on Rumble a little bit and hear from the president as well. He's going to have a number of comments about the veterans and also about what he will do once he is hopefully back in the White House. We did get an excerpt, a little bit of the speech from the team there through our people at Right Side Broadcasting as well. He's going to be talking a lot about historic VA reforms and then how, you know, Joe Biden gutted those reforms, talking about, you know, wasting $200 million on the worst VA employees. But when the president takes over, he says he will ask, hopefully when he takes over, he'll ask Congress to take every penny of that money and finally build a brand new state-of-the-art full-service VA hospital right here in the Granite State, so right here in New Hampshire. I'm sure when he says that, the place will go wild. And a number of things that I've seen at these events when they stand on their feet and get loud, it's definitely when he talks about getting rid of the Department of Education, also you know, making fun of a number of the people that are trying to come against President Trump. You know, the people, the candidates at the debate are beneath the president. I mean, you know, in my opinion, he should still be in the White House. So why would he, with these poll numbers and all of these people that are showing up at all these events, he doesn't need to waste his time talking to a number of candidates there. Now, Vivek, I do like Vivek Ramaswamy. I hope that if President Trump gets in the White House, which of course we hope will happen, Vivek may be in the cabinet of the president. So calling the shots in some department, but definitely as America first and as people that love this country. So you're watching on Rumble most likely right now, or on the app or on the website. So the link can be just sent over, texted to a number of people and to tune in to watch this speech, which will happen around 2 o'clock here in Claremont, New Hampshire, population of about 13,000 people. Looking back at some of the speech here, President Trump he talks a lot about peace through strength. He says it's not just a political slogan, it's a moral duty. So, you know, he's going to be discussing that, and that's something that he stood by and followed through with. That's one thing that I think a lot of people like about President Trump is that he will say it, he will also have the actions. His actions are speaking louder than words, but they actually match up really well with what President Trump is up to and what he does and what he did in 2016 to 2020. So that will be more of the same, but now there's been more of an awareness as to what the left and what the swamp is up to in Washington. That's now that awareness is there, that knowledge is there. Now it's kind of like knowing the playbook or the game plan of what the left has been doing. So now to reverse a number of the things or policies that are trying to destroy this country one day at a time. President Trump wants to build this country, wants to make this country great again. That's why you've got the amount of people around here in the area are supporters of the president. Now, he will be having a speech coming up on Saturday, I believe it's November 18th, in Iowa. He will return to the Hawkeye State there for that caucus that will be on January 15th. That's going to be, he's in the double digits in the sense of not only in a lead in polling, but also as a GOP frontrunner, but also the amount of times that he has gone to Iowa. Now, earlier today, we talked about a number of topics, and we were also referring to what the president said to those of you in the military or veterans have you in the military, saying, quote, "Our veterans will never stop fighting for the America we cherish. The full measure of your sacrifice and your family's dedication in support of your service may not be fully understood and appreciated, but it will never be forgotten," end quote. I checked out all these polls just last night. So many, 15 polls. The numbers are staggering. President Trump has a huge lead in New Hampshire. And if you want to see just what you're seeing right here on the screen, it just reflects exactly that. People are tired of the high gas prices. I mean, remember when President Trump spoke about that? He says, you know, when he was campaigning before the 2020 election, he'd say, do you want $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 gas prices per gallon? You know, and some people probably thought, that might not happen. It might not get that bad. Well, there you go. You can see that in California. You can see that in Pennsylvania. You can see that all across our nation, the prices that are so high. Well, you know what also the president says? He says, drill, baby, drill. We have a number of great things right under our feet for energy independence here in this country. So yet another topic that he will most likely talk about is the freedom of speech. You know, these constitutional rights that are so at the root of what our nation is all about is why the people are here. President Trump, as you know, is the We the People candidate. He's the America First candidate. He is the family choice when it comes to where you want to put your kids for school candidate. So he's standing there in the way for us, and we are hoping for more of what it was like in the sense of 2016 to 2020, where our country was great again. You know, you think about that pride that you felt when you had somebody that is a strong leader in office. And that is, I think, by mankind, this is something that we want. We want to have freedom, right? The free world desires that. So a lot of times the left is trying to take that away and take that down, but we're trying to build it back up before our nation goes into an even worse state. We're hoping that we don't have to see that for the future generations of this country and for the people of this land. We know that this is one of the almost last frontiers, right? In the sense of this election in November of 2024. What will happen? Will we win? Will this country get saved, but not only saved, restored back to its greatness? That's why the statement, the motto, the slogan that has been around since the first Trump administration, "Make America Great Again." It was, for a little bit, "Keep America Great." Well, that was in there, but it's now MAGA. MAGA once again. It's always interesting when President Trump makes fun of Joe Biden, saying, well, ask him what MAGA really means. He probably wouldn't know what it means. I mean, did you see that other night when he was in Illinois at a UAW union speech, and he put on that red T-shirt, took off his suit jacket, this is Biden we're talking about, put on that red T-shirt and kind of tried to have a rousing speech. Again, it's all that production. The production looked nice, just like NBC News. I mean, let's be real. It looks good. That's all it is. It's just face value. There's nothing deep. There's nothing real. There's nothing true. There's nothing for our country there. And, when Biden was talking, you heard a couple people in the crowd. Literally, you heard exactly what they were saying verbatim. If you're at a big event with a lot of people, usually you can't hear that one person right next to the microphone yelling out. And there was maybe, it didn't even show the full crowd. I mean, you're talking less than 100 people. I watched it on whitehouse.gov because, interestingly enough, I was watching with my wife, right? We were watching, before I went to whitehouse.gov, I was watching on CNN because they were the only ones that were having the Biden speech. So I watched. I wanted to hear what he had to say, but because what did I want to hear? I wanted to hear him fumble and say all this kind of interesting stuff that is going to be memed later, is going to be all over social media later. And so, he just, tripped all over himself. And so, again, back to the story, CNN actually dipped out of the speech with Joe Biden. They're the ones that are propping this guy up. They're probably knowing deep down, let's be real, that, Gavin Newsom or somebody else will probably take the helm and try and be another fake president coming up next year. But we're hoping for a win for Maga and for President Trump. Let's go to one of our sponsors. With President Trump leading the Republican candidates for 2024 by a wide margin, his chances of becoming president again are looking good. Now's a good time to make sure your kids to learn more about his achievements as president, as well as his vision for America and his plans to make America great again in his second term. One thing you can count on is that public schools won't be teaching kids anything positive about Trump. So it's up to us as parents to teach our kids to help make it really easy. Mike Huckabee's team put together the Kids Guide to President Trump. The best part is they're giving it away for free as part of a gift bundle offer. All you got to do is pay that small fee for shipping and processing. So to learn more and to order the free Kids Guide to President Trump for your own kids, just go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. But you do have to hurry. We're told that this guide has been flying off the shelves, so go to freetrumpbook.com right now and order your free copy. And speaking of a Huckabee, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the Arkansas governor, fully endorsing President Trump at that speech on Wednesday night in Hialeah, Florida, where Brian Glenn and Christina Bob are doing live coverage from Florida for the president's speech. A huge crowd there in the stadium supporting the president. A lot of loud cheering and chants. You remember hearing from Roseanne Barr, Donald Trump Jr., his wife Kimberly Guilfoyle, a number of other patriots that were up on stage. Quite a great event, and it's been a minute since he's done a full-blown rally like that. But when we go to these slightly smaller ones, when I say smaller, I don't mean in the size of the amount of people that can fit into this auditorium. This auditorium is packed from left to right, and even behind the stage, you see that's an old basketball court, I'm told. That's where a number of people are. And then here in the main gym, it's like a rally atmosphere every time you go to a President Trump event. People are seeing that he is being dragged through the mud, but the president is not getting dirty because he hasn't done anything dirty. He is somebody that is taking a number of fake sham trials against him, but at the end of the day, in the court of law, they are real in the sense of their actual charges, but we know that these are politically motivated attacks, and as President Trump says, and as millions and millions and more than 100 million people agree, that this is outright election interference. Election interference. These are people trying to take down the leader, the one that is leading the people that want freedom and want the Constitution to continue in this land. Once again, you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network here on Rumble or on the app or on the website. Thanks so much for joining us. The other day, it was funny because on my iPad and my iPhone, could watch Rumble and that kind of thing. Well, with the Samsung TV, all you got to do is download the Rumble app and then go to Right Side Broadcasting, hit play on that TV. So there you got the big screen watching, and then you can use your phone to be on Truth Social, to maybe give some of the sponsors that we're talking about, give them a call, order their products, because without their products and without you donating to Right Side Broadcasting Network, there wouldn't be a chance to provide live coverage from wall-to-wall coverage. In the mainstream media, you have the teleprompters and the scripts and the video and interviews. But at this network, it is the raw reality of what's going on. And a little bit of Elvis in the background. Can't go wrong with some of that. So the place, again, packed house from left to right on the floor. And if we could take a look at the left up there on the deck there a little bit, we can see people up there as well as they are packed into this high school. This is the Stevens High School gymnasium in the town of Claremont, about 15 miles east of the state line in Vermont. And some of the accents were wonderful today. That you want to hear, the Boston accent type thing, New Hampshire, park the car. I mean, we heard it. It's great to be around Americans with different accents. But at the end of the day, we all are on the same team, moving forward, believing for great things to happen in our country. Now, if you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting on Truth Social, it's at RSBN, at RSBN. If you'd like to follow me, it's at Matthew Alvarez. I am celebrating about a year and about a month on Truth Social. Joined October 2022, and now here we are in November of 2023. And bounced out of the mainstream networks and jumped over to the right side of history here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and loving the fact of being a conservative journalist for the country, and also, for those of you that don't want to stand in front of a camera or behind a camera and talk, hey, I'll do it. Vanessa Broussard does it, Brian Glenn, of course, Christina Bobb, and Jessica Rivera. A number of people are out there for you, the people, that your gift or your trade may be something that obviously I would be terrible at, right? But at the end of the day, we're doing this as a team for this country and for this MAGA movement. Let's look real quick at the polls once again. I mentioned a few times that literally 15 polls where President Trump is leading as a GOP primary candidate here in New Hampshire. He's also leading in those swing state polls over Biden, from Arizona to Georgia to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I mean, these are all states that went red in 2016. What happened? I mean, all those people are, most likely still in those states. So we're hoping for yet another huge win in 2024, and then the inauguration in 2025. If you'd like to get that newsletter, go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Get some exclusive offers, exclusive content, and get a lot of content that you'll see on rsbnetwork.com, also on the Truth Social page for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, if we want to talk about one of the great patriots, Mike Lindell, great time to order a number of his products as Christmas is around the corner. So use that promo code RSBN. I actually have his the sliders, sandals, the slippers. I got pillows, or have the pillows. The Giza sheets are awesome. Very good stuff as well. And we also want to thank our friends at Blackout Coffee. Are you tired of the same old monotonous liberal flavored coffee brands? Stop giving your money to woke companies that don't care about you. Go with a coffee option that aligns with your conservative values. And my friends, that is Blackout Coffee. It's a coffee company that is 100% committed to conservative values, from sourcing the beans to roasting the roasting process, customer support, or shipping. They've got an incredible work ethic and are dedicated to promoting conservative principles and accept no compromise on taste or quality. So do me a favor, check out blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN and use coupon code RSBN for 20% off your first order. All you gotta do is ditch those other guys. Blackout Coffee remains true to our values. That's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN, or use coupon code RSBN for that 20% off your order. Once again, happy Veterans Day. We thank you for your service to our nation. And if you'd like to see more comments from President Trump, that's right there on Truth Social. If you don't have an account on Truth Social, it's easy to open one up and follow some of your favorite conservatives that are standing for the country and believing for a victory in 2024. You know, when the people are around and waving the signs there as they do, it reminds me of watching all that coverage when it comes to the RNC, you know, the conventions. You know, you get this feel every time you're at one of these events. And that's what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting, showing the crowd, seeing what it's like, airing the speech in full. Let's be quiet for a second, listening live. Got some people up and dancing here on this Saturday. Quite the playlist today here in Claremont, New Hampshire. It is literally a party. Listen in. Oh boy, pretty awesome stuff here in Claremont. You know, I'm looking at these notes that I've been taking, and you can see where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom, there is liberty. And we were talking before, there are some that are calling for a jihad or a holy war. Well, it's an unholy war. They're led by people who want to kill others who don't believe the way that they do. We're talking about extremists here. So let's not get it twisted. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, Jesus. All right, that has nothing to do with a mission to take others' lives. It's actually to save others' lives. And the greatest commandment, love the Lord God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind, and your neighbor as yourself. That's found in Deuteronomy, and that is found in the New Testament. And the conservative, Judeo-Christian, Maga movement, and people that are of other religions that are not out being extreme and killing. I don't believe in, and this is my opinion, Matthew Alvarez's opinion. I believe there's, one faith that I believe in. It's Jesus Christ, right? But at the end of the day, this is a country, obviously, that have a number of people with different backgrounds. And I'm not going to get into all of that way down that road right now of talking about it. But I will get down the road of, if you love freedom, if you love our land, if you love people, if you love God, if you love your family, you should be voting for someone that stands for those things. Now, President Trump's full statement to veterans on Truth Social reads as follows. To our heroic veterans, I am grateful for your service to our country and honored to wish you a happy Veterans Day. There's no greater act of selfless service than defending America's God-given freedoms and liberty. The traditions of excellence and integrity demonstrated by our men and women in uniform never fade after leaving the military. Once a soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman, or Guardian, always. Our veterans will never stop fighting for the America we cherish. The full measure of your sacrifice and your family's dedication in support of your service may not be fully understood and appreciated, but it will never be forgotten. Once again, this is President Trump's words on Truth Social. On this Veterans Day and always, may God bless you and your family, our nation's veterans, and our military men and women. And may he bless and uphold the United States of America. And in bold letters reads, "Make America Great Again," with an exclamation point. You know, President Trump's Middle East foreign policy accomplishments between 2016 and 2020, there are a few here that I'd like to share with you. Recognizing Jerusalem as the true capital of Israel. Moving the American embassy from Tel Aviv to the holy city of Jerusalem, acknowledging Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, declaring that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are not inconsistent with international law. And I want to stop there for 1 second and remind some people that might be listening to this broadcast and say, well, what about the people in Gaza? President Trump on Univision last night said it was terrible things going on in Israel and in Gaza. He is a president that wants killing, and when it comes to anybody that's innocent, not to happen. We know what the president called for with ISIS. He took them out. He says the same thing will happen to the drug cartels who are bringing in fentanyl and are passing through people through to our nation in an invasion. So we know he takes care of business when he has to, but that's not his first move. His first move, as he says, is peace through strength. Peace through strength. A couple other talking points from what the president did between 2016 and 2020. He removed the United States from the United Nations Human Rights Council due to the group's blatant anti-Israel bias. He brokered 4 Middle East peace deals, collectively called the Abraham Accords, between Israel and Arab Muslim nations. He did that in 4 months. So he'll be speaking a lot about that in his speech today, and what the roadmap and the game plan that he has to not only restore the United States of America, but also return it to what it once was, a leader of the free world in the sense of freedom and liberty, which is the same thing, right? Liberty, freedom. And that's what people around the world that love freedom want. I believe there are people in Brazil, Hungary, Italy, and other countries that support the Maga movement, and they support freedom. This has turned into a global, right? A global situation. MAGA is for America first, but I believe MAGA and freedom is for those that love freedom around the world. Let's also thank one of our sponsors. Without them, it would be very difficult to do anything like this here in Claremont, New Hampshire, Birch Gold. We're up against another government shutdown later this month, and our quote-unquote wise leaders deal with it how they always do, more spending. Now, while lawmakers are high-fiving, your savings account continues to lose value because more spending weakens the dollar. End the cycle. Diversify into gold with the help of Birch Gold Group. And listen, when you open a gold IRA, for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, Birch Gold will actually send you a free gold bar. All you got to do is text Trump to 988. So that's Trump to 989898 to claim eligibility before Black Friday. Birch Gold can actually help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold IRA for no money out of pocket. You still will get those free gold bars as well. Don't let your savings become a victim of the further devaluation of the dollar. Text Trump to 9889898. Receive a free info kit on gold and claim your eligibility before Black Friday to receive the gold bars on your qualified purchase. Once again, big shout out and thanks to Birch Gold, Blackout Coffee, the Trump Book, all of these things, moving into the Christmas season, but also with Birch Gold, the BRICS countries trying to devalue the dollar and use those local currencies, Brazil and Russia, India, all of these nations, South Africa, China, they just want to take more from this country. Instead, we have to keep what's ours and hopefully work, with other nations for positive means, not negative ones. So once again, Birch Gold, Blackout Coffee, great gift coming up for Christmas. The Trump Book. Think about this, all of the kids that are getting indoctrinated in the schools, well, this is the alternative to what the public school system, and not all of you that are in the public school system, we're not talking about everyone, but mainly the indoctrination for kids and up into the public school system, K through 12, there's no alternative. They're just spewing all of this hate against the country, President Trump, and MAGA. So thank God for alternatives like that book that Mike Huckabee has announced and is out there, and that is a great gift for you for this holiday season. And then, as I mentioned, Blackout Coffee. The alternatives, as I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us now here on Rumble, thank you so much for joining us and listening to this live coverage here from Claremont, New Hampshire. It's a party here in Claremont, obviously thanking the veterans on this Veterans Day for their service. You know, that's something that's said very easily. It's easy to say thank you for your service, but to really mean it from your heart for what they have done for our nation is great. So back to my point of the Christmas gifts and all that kind of thing. We know that right now, as we join together here in November, that the president will be here at 2 o'clock for his speech. It's 1:55 right now, so haven't heard any word if he's going to be on time today. We have received a few excerpts of the speech. Once again, he will be talking about peace through strength. He will be, of course, bringing up all of the things that he has done for veterans and the things that he will do for veterans if he is reelected as the 47th president of the United States. Checking out some more of the speech, he's saying stopping the inflation disaster of Joe Biden. And these are a number of things that he says we must do to restore our country to greatness. So to hear the entire speech, it will be here within the next 20 minutes or so, right here on Rumble and Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can text the link to a number of friends and family right now. It'll be a great time to do it before the president takes the stage. And also, if you'd like, download the Rumble app on your, I believe it's on Samsung TVs, it may be on Vizio and others. You could download that Rumble app, then go to the Right Side Broadcasting Network channel, and then go ahead to scroll to where this event is. This is Claremont, New Hampshire, and you'll see the live stream on that. Those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for watching on YouTube. But thank God for the alternatives as I get back to my point from before. The alternative to YouTube is Rumble, right? The alternative to X is Truth Social. The alternative to the lamestream junk media is a news organization like Right Side Broadcasting Network, who from the grassroots in 2015 and 2016 were all about just showing the crowd and showing the president. And it's grown from those grassroots to what it is today, still holding dear the truth and the pledge to the people of the United States and around the world. Those of you watching right now in Japan, thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're a fan of you, you're a fan of us, we're on the same team, we both love freedom. And for those of you watching around the world, why not give a shout out on the Rumble chat right now or on YouTube and say hello, as this is the song that's playing right now. But those of you back here in the States, from Nevada, California, Washington State, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, the Mountain West, hello to you, South Dakota. That time when we were out there at Rapid City, South Dakota, when President Trump had a rally there, that was the last rally I believe he had before the one that he had in Hialeah in Florida the other night. What a great rally that was. I remember when he paused at the end before the slow music played, just like he did in Florida the other night. I was there for that in Rapid City. What an amazing moment that was. When he paused for about 40 seconds, really took in the moment, took in the crowd, took in what he is up against, but what he is going to overcome. And that got a lot of play all over social media, even on the left-wing media. It reminds me of when Ruth Gator Binsberg died, you know, he was also very authentic with that moment when he heard about the death of the Supreme Court Justice right there on the spot. So, I mean, that's the thing that people like is the authenticity, the genuineness. We resonate with the movement. You know, I'm sitting here watching this right there with you. Those of you on Rumble and Right Side Broadcasting connected, watching this. I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. And as you know, for those of you that have been to Trump rallies, go ahead and say hello as well on the chat right now and say what rally that you were at. Say what town and what date, if you remember the date. And maybe something memorable about what was done or said there, who you met. You know, a lot of times we meet other patriots and other people that love freedom, and you make a connection. Before you know it, you have friends from regional areas all around the country. It's millions and millions and millions of people around this nation and around the world that love freedom, love Make America Great Again. If you'd like to follow me, I'm on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social. Thank you so much for some of the great comments on there. Whenever I get a chance to cover a event with President Trump and Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for following Right Side Broadcasting Network as well at RSBN. And on Telegram as well. So once again, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, when she passed, man, President Trump was so authentic in that moment, so authentic in that Rapid City, South Dakota moment. And when he does these interviews, he just tells it how it is. And that's what we like to hear. I remember working in Nashville, Tennessee. Shout out to the volunteers down there in Tennessee. One of the reporters, she was a senior reporter at one of the stations I worked at, and she always said to me, she goes, just give it to me straight, no chaser. As in, if I'm talking about a story, say I was a dayside reporter, she was nightside, she wanted to know what's going on with, what did the police chief say, whatever, and she wouldn't want to hear, well, then this happened, this, and she's like, no, just give it to me straight, no chaser. And I remember her saying that. And that's exactly what President Trump does. He just gives it to people straight. He says it how it is. And that's what we're used to now. This outsider mentality and this bar that's been set so high is something that we like to hear. We like to hear people be honest with us and direct with us. And not only the policies are great, the personality's great. So what you have is that 1-2 kind of punch there, where you have a great personality and a great 1-2 punch. It's 2:02 Eastern time right now, and we're awaiting President Trump to take the stage here in Claremont, New Hampshire. Thank you again for tuning in and watching. For those of you that have watched since 12 p.m. Eastern time, up until now 2 o'clock, 2 hours into this, thanks for being in this for the long haul. For those of you that are just tuning in, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a beautiful morning here and beautiful afternoon in Claremont, New Hampshire. This is about 13,000 people, the population here in the western part of New Hampshire, right near the Connecticut River. Now, the Connecticut River is actually, for those of you that don't know, is the river that separates New Hampshire to Vermont. Even though it says Connecticut, it's called the Connecticut River. So we're about 15 miles east of the state line in Vermont. Now, I ran into a Trump supporter and a veteran earlier today. His name was Dave Vanage-Wagen. He's from Claremont. And he was, as soon as he started talking, I could tell that he was, right on the same page that we all are on. Really resonated with him. And speaking of resonating, this might be the introduction for President Donald Trump. And as we say that, the music starts again. But let's just take a live listen real quick for a few seconds as you get a good feel for what it's like to be here in Claremont.
This world
President Trump has quite the lead, not only in New Hampshire, but in Iowa and a number of states around the country, including in swing states. Some of those states that were so-called blue in 2020. We know what honestly happened in 2016. They were red: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, all around the country. Some people are standing up here in the crowd as we await the introduction of President Donald Trump. Now, I started my career in 2005 in the mainstream media, and now 2023, a year into conservative media, it seems like I got my training on the left wing, and this just in the sense of being in front of camera and behind the camera, that kind of thing. That's the only good thing that happened on that side. There's a few people that I stay in touch with and will miss that have good hearts, but they're still working on the left. Hopefully they'll maybe make a transition someday and work on the right side of things, as this is the early stages of what will be here for good. The right side of conservative media is only growing and only recently started and is in the formidable years right now and is only going to grow as an alternative to the left-wing media. You're talking CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, BBC, Sky News, France 24, the ABC Australian Broadcasting Corporation in Australia, the CBC in Canada. And yes, I'm not a big fan of Fox News anymore. They did what they did to Tucker. You saw what Rupert Murdoch did. And Rupert Murdoch, a globalist, stepping down, but still his kids are just as left-wing as he is and in the global structure, and won't put their support behind what this country needs right now. It needs freedom back. It needs the Constitution to be the law of the land again. It needs someone named President Donald J. Trump back in the Oval Office. The country is literally at stake. This is not a dramatization. This is not a movie. This is not a documentary. This is the real deal. We need someone that will lead this nation, bring back God, bring back this country, bring back freedom, and bring it to us as soon as possible. Because we know the left and what they're doing. They're trying to take it all away. They're trying to tear it down. They're trying to destroy it. They absolutely hate God. Not everybody on the left, but the ones that are trying to call the shots, they hate God. They hate Jesus. They hate Jews. They hate the Old Testament and the New Testament. So all I'm saying is let's bring back the one that will bring back all of the law of the land, the Constitution, and freedoms in this nation. Here's the president.
Welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. What a crowd. What a crowd. Well, it's a great place, and I just want to say a very big hello to New Hampshire. You've been fantastic, and we've had tremendous success. It's great to be back in the proud home of the first in the nation primary, your first in the nation primary. I wonder who kept you there. Trump. Less than 3 months from now, we're going to win the New Hampshire primary for a third straight time. And we're going to look at all these people up there. I didn't even see you. I didn't see you. Wow, what a group. And we're going to crush crooked Joe Biden. He is a crooked man next November. And we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great again. We have no choice. We have to. I want to thank our Sullivan County Trump Chair, State Representative Jonathan Stone, wherever you may be, Jonathan. There's so many people. Jonathan, thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan. New Hampshire Police Association Vice President Timon Ekua. I don't know if that's good or not, but I tell you what, it's the best. Where is he? I'm very pleased to receive the endorsement of Sullivan County Commissioner Joe Osgood. We just got that. Thank you very much. Joe, where's Joe? Joe, thank you. Thank you, Joe. State Representative Kristen Noble, also Jim Kofalt, and the 603 Alliance. I appreciate it. I appreciate the endorsements. We've had a lot of endorsements in New Hampshire. Almost everybody's endorsing us. Now they're coming. The money's flowing in, all those funders. They said, maybe we'll endorse somebody else with our money, and all of a sudden they're calling. They say, President, hi. I said, I thought you were going to be with the sanctimonious. No way. No way, sir. I'll give you whatever you want, sir. It's an amazing phenomenon when you have great polls, right? But the polls have been great because of people like you. We appreciate it very much, and we should do very well. And they've been very good against crooked Joe Biden. We're leading in every swing state now, every swing state. We're leading by a lot. But as you know, today is Veterans Day, very, very special day. So let's express our eternal gratitude to every veteran in this room. And who's a veteran? Raise your hand, please. A lot of veterans up here, and every proud veteran across the great state of New Hampshire, very, very proud of your heritage, of your state, and of your military. Tremendous, I think proportionally as many in New Hampshire, maybe more than any other state. We're also honored to be joined by the Gold Star family members of Marines who lost their lives in the Afghanistan horrible withdrawal. I got to know the parents and the relatives of so many of them, and they're incredible people. We spent an evening in Bedminster listening to music, right? We listened to music. Oh, there they are. We had a good time. I said, I'll be with them maybe 15 or 20 minutes. We spent about 3 hours together, right? Looking up in the sky and seeing some beautiful signals coming down, right? The father of Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, Darren Hoover. Where are you? You're here someplace? Yeah, there you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Darren, beautiful Darren, beautiful Darren. The father of Lance Corporal Kareem Nikui and Stephen Nikui, and the mother-in-law of Sergeant Nicole G. We have them all here today. We have them all, Trump 2024. Christy Shamblin. Christy, thank you, Christy, very much. And we'll see you back there or someplace else, okay? But that was a great evening. Wasn't that wild, sort of? They started off very sad, and we finished the evening, and it was a beautiful, beautiful tribute to them. Not to us, to them, right? So thank you very much. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. And we love you all, and we will never forget the sacrifice of Taylor and Nicole and Kareem and the others. And incredible what happened. You don't take the military out first, you take the military out last, right? And about 10 other things that we could name. You don't give up Bagram, and you leave from Bagram, not from the place they left from. Couldn't breathe, it was so tight, so crazy, so horrible what they did. The veterans who have served this nation in uniform, enlisted their lives in defense of their families, our freedom, and our great American flag. And when I'm back in the White House, we're all going back together. They will once again have the loyalty, the respect, and the support that they earned and they so dearly deserve. After years of scandal, betrayal, and neglect under the Obama-Biden administration, I signed the VA Accountability Act. They were trying to get it done for 59 years, and we got it done through Congress, believe it or not, so they can't cancel it out right away, allowing us to tell the sadists and people that didn't work and people that didn't love are wounded and are injured and are hurt. They were terrible. They would treat them terribly, and you couldn't do a damn thing about it. They'd be in there, and they were sadists. They had people. This wasn't prime time for our people, and they weren't able to defend themselves. They had people that would really mistreat our veterans, and we couldn't do a thing about it because of the laws, civil service and otherwise. You couldn't do a thing. They could be as bad as they wanted. They could do everything up to murder, and the way they treated some of these people were just horrible people. You couldn't fire them, and now we looked at them, and we took about 7,000 of them, and we said, "You're fired. Get out, get out, get out." That was a big thing. And by the way, I don't know if you know it, but Biden wants to put them all back. Can you believe it? And these were the bad ones. These were the bad ones. We don't want to do that. We don't want to fire. We replace them with great people. They want to put them all back. All those people that are sickos, they want to put them all back. I also signed, about 59 years they've been trying to get this one, VA Choice, which made it permanent so that the veterans can get medical care at the private health care provider of their choice, so that you go in and you're not feeling well, and many people became terminally ill waiting. They'd wait for 2 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6, 7 months, and by the time they got to see the doctor, they were terminally ill. They could have been taken care of very quickly, very easily. Preventative care, the best thing about that is get it early. They got it early, but when they got to the doctor, it would be many months in many cases. So if you waited more than 1 day, we let you go to a private doctor, any private doctor. We paid the cost. We negotiated with them. We had fixed prices. I said, because those doctors, they know how to make money, don't they? Some of them are money machines, and some are just really good doctors and really love everyone in this room and all of your relatives. And what happened is we made a deal. that nobody said could be made, and we got it passed in Congress, believe it or not. The Republican Congress did a great job with both of these, the accountability and this. And now you go, and if you have to wait online for more than a day, you go to a private doctor, you pick the private doctor, and they take care of you, and you live. And believe it or not that this was why I did it, because it wasn't, but you save a lot of money. It's actually a lot cheaper than letting somebody get sicker and sicker and just end up dying a horrible death. And people that were pretty sick but not that bad are better, and it's been an incredible system. I understand they're trying to dismantle it under the Biden administration, and you would know better than I, but they're trying to dismantle that under the Biden administration. But under the Trump administration, we live by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I made that promise. And there is no more solemn pledge than a promise to America's veterans. The veterans are incredible people. So many people in this room. Unfortunately, with crooked Joe Biden in the White House, our veterans are once again being backstabbed and betrayed by their government. Crooked Joe gutted our historic VA reforms and fought to reinstate thousands and thousands, as I just said, of fired, horrible employees. These are horrible employees that when we terminated them, we said, get out of here, and they got out, but now they have a little bit of a lobby going, and they even want back pay. They treated our veterans badly, and it looks like it's going to cost up to $200 million in back pay for people that were treating our veterans badly. But instead of wasting $200 million on the worst VA employees, and when I say bad, they're bad. When I'm president, I'll ask Congress to take up every penny of that money and add some to it, because we're going to build in your great state a brand new, beautiful VA hospital right here in New Hampshire. We're going to build the most beautiful hospital. And it's going to be, you're just about, I hate to say this, you're just about the only state that doesn't have a VA hospital, but yours is going to be better than any of them. Well, I'll get involved in the real estate world. We'll start looking at the corners, and we'll say, we'll build a better one for half the price. Better than anybody, but you'll have it. And that's already on the drawing board. You're going to end up with your own hospital, which you really need. People have to travel for hundreds of miles to go and get to a hospital, a VA hospital. I'll also make it a personal mission to completely eradicate veterans' homelessness in America. We were doing a great job with it, and then a terrible thing happened. We were doing so well with it, and then these guys get in, and they treat the illegal aliens just pouring into our country better than they treat our veterans. I mean, they stay in the best hotels. I don't even stay in those hotels. I say, don't stay there. I tell my people, don't stay there. They're too expensive. They say, we can't, sir. They're being occupied by illegal aliens. Those owners are making a lot of money, but it's just crazy. We don't treat the veterans. We don't treat our veterans right. In the past 3 years, Biden has spent over $1 billion to put up illegal aliens in hotels, some of the most luxurious hotels in the country. Meanwhile, we have 33,000 homeless American veterans. Can you believe it? And we were really alleviating that problem, and now they've given that totally up. Totally up. It's terrible. On day one, I'll sign an executive order to cut off Biden's spigot of money for the shelter and transport of illegal aliens, and we will redirect a large portion of the savings to provide shelter and treatment for our own homeless veterans. We love our veterans. We've got to take care of our veterans here. They're among our greatest people. Crooked Joe puts bureaucrats first and illegal aliens first. I will put veterans first and America first every single time. In addition to being Veterans Day, today is also Armistice Day. Did you know that? Armistice Day. And this is an incredible number when you hear these numbers, but the anniversary of the end of World War I, a conflict that wrecked the entire world, really. I mean, large parts of the entire world, and killed over 20 million people. Did you know that? 20 million people. 20 million people! And think of it, we have a guy in the White House who can't put two sentences together, who couldn't find his way off this stage. And actually, he would be confused, because I think my audience behind me might be bigger than my audience in front of me. He would be saying, what do I do? Where am I? He'd be saying, it is sort of a strange speaking venue. I'm like in the middle of a room and I'm looking back here. But he would say, what's this? You ever see he ends a speech? He has no clue how to get off. You got to stare there. You got to jump off the front, do anything. Just don't walk into a wall. He walks into walls. But this is the guy that we have negotiating with Putin and, right? And President Xi of China and Kim Jong-un, who won't even talk to him. This is who we have in charge of nuclear. But this anniversary should remind us all of why it is so important to once again have a president who will deliver peace through strength. That's what we had. We had all peace. We had peace. We had a great period of time. World War III has never been closer, in my opinion, than it is right now. And it wasn't at all close. We were never going to have it. 3 years ago, we had everything under perfect control. Russia was treating us with respect. They would have never, ever gone into Ukraine. China would have never been talking about Taiwan. I mean, we had this, the whole thing was going really good. You know, if you ask me, when he pulled out, the way he pulled out of Afghanistan, Putin wouldn't have done it anyway. But the way he pulled out of Afghanistan, it said, let's go. And, you know, everyone lost respect. We pulled out as cowards. It was a surrender. It was truly a surrender. We gave up $85 billion worth of equipment, these 13 great lives, and we had 38 people were obliterated. 38, they don't talk about them. They never talk about them. Missing legs, one case, 2 legs, 1 arm, and a half an arm, and just obliterated. And nobody mentions those poor people. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. The people in the front row that I've gotten to know, incredible families, are just torn apart by gross incompetence. And I tell you, it's so sad to see. Would have been so easy. We had something going. We called up the head of the Taliban. I told the story to you, but I called up the head of the Taliban. I said, the press got on me for that. Look at all the press. Oh, it's so nice. The fake news. Fake news. Fake news. But I spoke to the head of the Taliban, Abdul. And then I told him, Abdul, you can't do this. You can't. You keep shooting us. So they killed a lot of soldiers, snipers during the Obama/Biden. I don't know, did they ever call them? But they killed a lot of people with the snipers, a lot of people, period. And I said, you can't do it. Anyway, since I had a rough conversation with him, since that conversation, we didn't lose 18 months it was, we didn't lose 1 soldier. There wasn't 1 soldier shot at. 18 months. Even Biden admitted that. He said, well, I will say one thing, under the Trump policy, they didn't lose any soldier. When he said that, his people went crazy. Don't say that. Why? But he did say that once, so I think we'll have to wheel out that statement. But it's true. Look, for 18 months, think of it, 18 months we didn't lose 1 soldier. And then we had a rigged election, and then the result was exactly that. By the way, Hillary's allowed to say things about elections, and every Democrat's allowed to say. But if we say it, we get indicted. They indict us if we say, and in our case, it was true. It was a rigged election. It was stolen. And because of that, we have unhappy people in the front row, and we have a lot of other unhappy people. Because of that, we have inflation, and we have high taxes, and we have high interest rates, and you can't buy a home, and you can't refinance your home, and you can't sell your home, and you have energy at the highest level it's ever been. You were energy independent 3 years ago. You had $1.87 a gallon gasoline, and now you have $5 gasoline. But I stand before you today as the only candidate in either party who can make this promise. I will prevent, 100% prevent, World War III. You're going to end up in World War III. You look at what's going on right now in the Middle East and Ukraine, and you add it up, and we have somebody that has no clue what the hell is going on. You're going to end up in World War III because of this. No reason for it. Millions of people will die. I know the players. I know the job. I alone in this primary have borne the burden of having troops in harm's way as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Armed Forces. And the neocons, globalists, and warmongers and the race, they like to talk tough. Oh, we're going to go here. We're going to go there. Millions of people die, and we didn't do that. Yet we knocked the hell out of ISIS. You know, I defeated ISIS totally and brought them back. But these people are way over their heads. Biden is over their head. I mean, Biden, in all fairness to the Republican candidates, Biden, if you call that, look, what kind of a candidate? They're losing by like 60, 70 points each. Even they agree I shouldn't go to the debates. I mean, the other day, two of them said, well, if I was in his position, I don't think I'd debate either. But how about this guy, Asa Hutchinson, right? He's been at zero for the last 3 months. Now, do you think he's going to surge to 90? I call him Ada Hutchinson. No, he's been at zero for the last 3 months. He didn't make the last debate because he had zero. How about that? You have a large population voting. He got absolutely no votes. So he gets no votes, and he says, and today I just heard his campaign manager quit. Why did he quit? Because I've been telling the guy to quit, and he won't quit. I think this, if he ever made it, it would be the single greatest comeback in the history of politics or any other event. You could say politics or any other event. If he made it, it's only because he'd be the only one left on earth. And he's a nasty guy, you know. He talks like he's terrible. He's a lousy governor, too. To me, peace through strength is not just a political slogan. It's actually a moral duty. And it's my commitment to you, the American people, but you will not have World War III. You know, we were respected when I was president. We were respected by China. You know, one story, a quick story. You don't mind if I go off teleprompter like a lot, do you? So much more exciting. So much more. But the head of Hungary, a very tough, strong guy, Viktor Orban. Did anybody ever hear of him? Probably, you know, considered very powerful within his country and outside of his country. Not exactly loved by some of the European nations because he does this thing. He didn't allow millions of people to invade his country. He allowed nobody to invade. Zero. He had nobody. So he doesn't have crime, and he doesn't have the problems that they're having in other countries where millions of people are allowed to go in. But they were interviewing him 2 weeks ago, and they said, what would you advise President Obama? The whole world seems to be exploding and imploding. And he said, it's very simple. He should immediately resign, and they should replace him with President Trump, who kept the world safe. And I'm not just talking the United States. China respected him. Russia respected him. North Korea respected him. And he used another word other than respect, too. He said fear. But I don't want to use that word. Of course, it's probably better than respect if you get right down to it, right? But he said everybody was fine. We had no problem. We have none of these problems. You didn't have inflation. You didn't have these problems 3 years ago. And then you look at this. We had the greatest economy in history. Now we have a mess. You'll end up in the Great Depression. And I'll tell you the one thing I don't want to be. I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I always said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. And the way they're going with their stupid energy policies, you know, you pay the highest in this state. You pay the highest energy costs anywhere in the United States. You know that? You ought to talk to your governor about that. You ought to talk to your governor. who right now I don't think he could be elected dog catcher. Here's a guy, and you may have a couple of fans, but I doubt it. Here's a guy, could have been a senator, would have been greatly helpful if he could have been. He's got the heritage of the name. He used to like his father. His father used to treat me very nice. He was actually nasty, and then when I won, he went from one of the worst to one of the best. When I won, his father was great. Before that, he was nasty. You know, he was a Bush guy. I mean, one of those things. They tend to be a little bit bad. Don't get a lot of the right things done. But his father was very, very good to me. And this guy, he could have been a senator. But he ran for president, right? He just didn't have the guts to announce it. He ran for president, and he was mired at 1% for a few months, making really nasty, he's a nasty guy, making nasty comments. And then he decided that he wasn't going to run. So he said, well, I decided not to run. Well, he ran for like 4 months. He was running. But again, it takes courage. You know, say what you want about these other people. Some of them shouldn't be running because it's a joke. But you know, say what you want about them. It takes courage to run. It does. It takes courage. It's not an easy thing to do. But this guy could have been a senator, would have made a tremendous difference. Instead, they lost that race by a very close race. But they lost that race. But he could have been so easy. He could have been there because he's not presidential material. And he could have been there for a long time, and it would have made a big difference in the Senate. But he didn't do that. And people have to get, the Republican Party, they have to get unified, and they have to get smart. They have to get smart. Because say what you want about the Democrats. They have horrible policy. You know, let's have open borders where millions and millions of people come in illegally into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and terrorists. Think of their policies. All electric cars. They don't go far. You know, where you can't get out of New Hampshire in an electric car. Where are you going? I'm going to Massachusetts. Well, you better get yourself a gas turbine because this car's not going to get you there. Well, you could if you stop about 4 times. No, I want to go to Massachusetts, darling. I'm sorry, you can't do it. You're about, 12 miles away. The whole thing is crazy. You know, they want to also, but we have a little time. You know, this is a nice day. You screwed up my whole day by putting this in the middle of the day. So you can't do anything in the morning because you don't have time. You can't do anything in the evening. Although tonight, I'm going to the UFC fight at Madison Square Garden. Dana White. You know Dana White, the great Dana White. There's a guy I'd like to make my defense chief. I wouldn't call him my defense chief. I'd call him my offense chief. He'd be my offense chief. But he's done a great job. But no, I'm going there tonight, so at least you left me enough time for that. But, it's really a tribute. Here we are on a beautiful day in New Hampshire, and you have a crowd, and you have thousands of people outside that couldn't get in. I said, did you put up a screen for them? They said, no. Now, you don't care about that, but they do, okay? You got the better real estate. But as president, I will restore American strength, power, and prestige, and I will make your country safe. I will be the peacemaker. You know, the peacemaker is okay. Hillary Clinton, during one of the debates, she said, look at him. He's a warmonger. She's the one that always wanted war. It's the strangest people want war. You look at her. What the hell's war? I remember when LeBron James endorsed her. It was the greatest endorsement I've ever seen. Because he got on stage and she got up and she was like here, around here. And I said, that's not looking good. That's not looking good. I love that endorsement. She can have them. Under Biden, our adversaries see the weakness and the foolishness of America's leaders, the stupidity, actually. And, like this whole electric car mandate, can you believe it? The cars, they're too expensive. I say very easily defined. It's so simple, though. I say, let's do a little bit more sophistication. They're too expensive, and they don't go far. What else can you say? It's true. When President Xi sits across the table from Crooked Joe, can you imagine President Xi's like central casting? There's nobody in Hollywood that can play the role of President Xi. The look, the strength, the voice. We will begin immediately negotiation. And I say, loosen up. I say, loosen up. I had a great relationship with him until COVID. Then I said, that's the end of that. But I did. It's good to have a good relationship with Putin and Xi and all these people. They have lots of nuclear weapons. And Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. You know, when I call these people smart, the press always says, he said he was smart. I'm supposed to say they're not intelligent people. President Xi in China controls 1.4 billion people with an iron hand, no drug problems. You know why they have no drug problems? Death penalty for the drug dealers. Death penalty, right? You want to solve your drug problem? You have to institute a meaningful death penalty for drug dealers. A drug dealer, and you, by the way, you have it worse than any other state proportionately. I don't understand New Hampshire, for whatever reason, you have a worse drug problem per capita than any other state. Nobody's explained that. Maybe you talk to the governor about that also, by the way. Why is that? You have the worst drug problem per capita in the entire nation. You have an unbelievable fire department and police department. They do such a good job. They spend most of their time saving people from overdoses and other things. Your police here and your fire here are incredible, I have to tell you. I met a lot of them backstage. I said, you know, they spend a lot of their time. They spend almost most of their time on that, but they're incredible, the job. Yeah, you ought to talk to your governor about that, because that's something that something should happen. But you want to really stop it. You know, when I was in the White House, I would set up blue ribbon committees. And I'd get socialites. Everybody wanted to be on committees, right? You know, they'd call in from Park Avenue, from Fifth Avenue, New York. Oh, I'd love to be on the committee. Any committee. Well, we're going to put you on a blue ribbon committee on stopping drugs and drug abuse and stopping the caravans from pouring. Oh, what's a caravan? They had no idea. And they'd sit around, very prestigious people, and they'd talk for a little while, and then they'd get onto society and social and where are you going to be tonight? I'm going to be dining at Le Cirque tonight. But, you know, they go into, and it's not the way. You can't do it. The only thing they understand is force. And if you want to stop your problem, and you have the single biggest problem in the country from what I see in New Hampshire, I don't know why, proportionately, you need the death penalty. If you give the death penalty to drug dealers, you will have no more problem. You will have no more problem. You know, we cut it down 21%, and that was great. I did that without doing this. When I was in China, and I told this story a couple of times, maybe you've heard it, but I was with President Xi, strong man, and I said, you don't have a drug problem, do you? No, we don't have no drug problem. We don't have drug. He looked at me like, what the hell? Of course I don't. 1.4, think of it, 1.4 billion people, no drug problem. I said, what do you attribute that to? He said, quick trial. I said, quick trial? What's quick trial? We give quick trial. We give very quick trial to drug dealers. If somebody's selling drugs, we give them it's a one-day trial. They give them a trial, and if they're guilty, which I would say probably 120% of the time they're guilty approximately 120% of the time. But they execute, and they have the death penalty for drug dealers. So now if you're a drug dealer, you'll say, you know, I think I'm going to take a pass on this particular country. Let's go to the United States, where they don't even give you a summons, all right? They don't do anything. And that's why we have the problem. If you want to do the real job, and a lot of people, I just don't know if our country's ready for it, but what could be worse than losing, I think, 350,000? You know, you don't hear those numbers. They always say 100,000. They've been saying 100,000 people for the last, 15 years, would you say? It's 100,000. Oh, yes, we lose 100. That's a lot of people. That you take your largest stadium and you fill it up twice, right? No good. But it's 100,000, they say. But even if it was 100, but it's not. It's 350,000 people you're losing, and you're destroying your homes. You ever see what happens to a family, a father or mother, when they lose their son or their daughter to drugs? That family is destroyed. 10 years later, they're destroyed. It can never be the same. And these people do it. The average drug dealer kills 500 people a year. Think of it. The average drug dealer over the course of his or her life will kill 5, and I think that's a low number, but they say kills 500 people a year. And they don't mention the families that are destroyed to go along with their children, and seniors and everything else that are killed. I mean, a lot of people are killed, but you think of it in terms of young people. But the average one kills 500, so why wouldn't you do the death penalty? It's actually humane if you think about it. Why wouldn't you do it? As Singapore does the death penalty, they have no drugs whatsoever, no drugs whatsoever. Other countries do them, many countries do it, but they have no drugs whatsoever. And we're becoming a drug haven. You know, China many years ago was being taken over by much smaller countries because they were all drugged out on the poppy fields, the drugs, heroin, different drugs, but they were all drugged out. The nation was drugged out, and then along came a very powerful leader. You know who that is? And he said, no more. And from that time, pretty much until now, they've been strong, but they were all drugged out, and our nation's becoming that way, okay? Our nation's becoming that way. You look at our nation, it's that you almost say, how does it survive when so many people are absolutely sick from drugs and drug overdose and all of the things that go with it? Our nation, remember, China was taken over by many different forces, much smaller, much weaker than them. Now they're strong. But our nation's not so much different. We have a large percentage of our people are drugged out and won't help us in terms of making America great again. We have to help them, and we should help them. But we could stop this scourge if we would do it properly. And just out of curiosity, it's interesting, we're all friends. The death penalty sounds harsh. Thank you very much. But the death penalty, it's funny, they say, oh, he's conservative. It's not that I'm conservative. I have common sense. I want to have a border. We want to have free elections. We want to have low interest rates. We want to have school choice. We don't want to have men play in women's sports. How about that one? You see a field hockey sport the other day, and they had a man went in and he hit a shot so hard it knocked a girl's, the whole thing. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. The thing was going like 3 times what they would expect. And there are many, many stories. The weightlifting records are being beaten by hundreds of pounds. The swimming, they're setting records. And it's actually very demeaning to women. And the amazing thing is that women and people, even on the teams, they don't want to talk about it because these radical left people have everybody spooked. They indicted me because I complained about an election. Do you notice any difference in my tone? I don't think so. No, I've gotten even more so because it was a crooked election. And look what happened to our country. Look what happened to our country. So I was just going to ask you, so death penalty sounds very bad, and who wants a death penalty? But you're never going to solve the problem. Never. Your blue ribbon committees and all of these crazy things, even if they got tough with law enforcement, that's not going to solve the problem, not even close. So let's have a vote. Who would be in favor of the death penalty? Now, wait, don't go yet, knowing that it will solve the problem. It's not like, oh, gee, do you think it will? No, they'll head to another country, they'll do something. But that's what they do. They head from China, they left for New York City and other places, okay? So let's go. Death penalty, no death penalty. So who would be in favor of the death penalty to solve? And just out of curiosity, who would not be in favor? Because it's harsh. Who would not be? Okay, I can understand it. Look, I can understand, but I see one hand out of thousands of people. Are you a liberal? No. Okay, I understand it. It's a tough thing, and you know what happens? They can get it wrong too. They can get it wrong, and they can abuse the system. I've been abused. A lot of the people in this room have been abused. They can abuse the system. But I see one hand. Okay, so let me do that again, because that's what. Who would be opposed to bringing in the death penalty? You would? It's okay. Seriously, don't be afraid. Nobody's going to. We're not the Democrats where they're going to put you in jail because you speak up. Who would be opposed? I see 3 hands. I see one hand of a person down there. She's going like this, meaning she doesn't know, right? She sort of likes it, but it's a big step. So I see 3.5, okay? How about back here? Who'd be opposed? Who'd be opposed? All right, so you're probably talking 1%. You know, I mean, if you think about it, that's pretty amazing. And that's a real poll. Now, the government, if they did that poll, they'd charge $1 million for it. It wouldn't be as accurate. You know that, right? We did it in about 2 minutes. But if you want to solve the drug problem in the United States, really solve it, you have to bring back the death penalty for drug dealers. That's what you have to do. And you'll solve it. So whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or independent, if you don't want your sons and daughters drafted to fight and die in distant foreign lands that many of you have never even heard of, if you don't want your nation wrecked, if you don't want your economy destroyed, if you don't want American blood and American treasure squandered in a needless global war, you see it, they never end. They go for years, 21, 22 years. In Afghanistan, think of it, 21 years, 21 years. Too bad it carried out that long. We were going to get out of We were coming out of Afghanistan. You know, I'm the one that got it down to 2,500 troops. But I was going to keep Bagram. You know, Bagram is one of the biggest air bases in the world. Cost us billions of dollars years ago, billions and billions of dollars. Has the biggest, most powerful runways, meaning the thickest concrete of any place. I think it's 8 feet. You know, I used to go, when I was building, I'd like to go 4 inches, and I'd negotiate. Maybe we can do it for 3.5. These things are many feet thick, most powerful runways and everything else. And they gave it back. They gave it all back. But you have to put people that know what to do. And if you want to get back to where we have to go, you have to vote for a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. We'll turn it around fast. You know, somebody said, oh, but he'll be there for 4 years. He'll be there for 4 years. And somebody else could be there for 8 years. Let me tell you, 8 years. If it takes 8 years, you don't want that person, okay? I said that. As soon as I said that, they never used that line of crap anymore. They said, I can be there for 8 years and I'll solve. And then they realized that I said, how about 6 months? Because most of this will be solved in 6 months. Some of it sooner. We'll be drilling a lot sooner than that. For 4 straight years under the Trump administration, I kept America safe. I kept Israel safe. I kept Ukraine safe. He would have never gone in. I mean, I did it through osmosis. It was safe. He was never going to go in. And I kept the whole world safe. It's like Viktor Orban said, great, smart, tough man, but a real leader. He said he kept the whole world. The whole world was safe. We didn't have any of these problems. Think of it. Go back 3 years. We didn't have any of these problems, and we had the greatest economy in our history. I completely obliterated the ISIS territorial caliphate, completely wiped out ISIS, and it was supposed to take, you know, to wipe out ISIS, you know that, it was supposed to take years. I was told years. And I went to Iraq. I met with the generals. I found a couple of generals I thought were fantastic. I was told it would take 4 years, that we maybe couldn't do it. And I said, how long, General? You know who the general is, right? Raisin Cain, General Raisin Cain. I said, I love you. If your name is Raisin Cain, that's what I'm looking for. I want General Raisin Cain working for me. I love Raisin Cain. But I said to him, what's your name, General? He said, my name is Cain, sir, Cain. I said, what's your first name? Raisin. I said, Raisin? That's what they call me, sir, Raisin Cain. I said, is that because you raised Cain? I guess that's what they mean, sir. I said, General, I think I'm going to like you. Sure. And I said to him, how long will it take you to knock out ISIS? I went there. I actually flew there. Extreme bravery when I did that, because I had to fly in Air Force One. We had to darken our windows. They said, sir, we're flying over enemy territory. Think of it, we're there for 21 years with the best equipment in the world, that we still have to darken our windows to fly in. But I figured, let's do it. And they turned off all the lights inside and outside of the plane. I went up to the cockpit and I saw people. that were better looking than Tom Cruise, okay? Because, you know, when you fly the president, they have the best. They take that best of the Air Force, the best of them. They take only the best. And these guys are like central casting. They could be movie stars. In fact, if I was ever an agent, I'd just hire these people. I'd make a fortune. Boom, crew cut. And I see the captain. I say, how you doing, Captain? I'm doing fine, sir. We'll be there, sir, in about 20 minutes. I said, Captain, I don't see any lights outside. I don't see any lights in your cockpit. I don't see anything. Sir, we're just fine, sir. And he's surrounded by people that looked as good as him. I said, am I in a movie? No, we don't have people like, they don't look like that in Hollywood. I say, he's Tom Cruise. I'm not insulting short people. I said, this guy's Tom Cruise, but much taller, okay? Then he goes, sir, we'll be there in 15 minutes. I say, Captain, that sounds great to me. And I'm going, because I haven't seen, there's nothing. And there are a lot of people back there. You know, they have operators, they have this, they have engineers. I never saw so many people on a plane before operating a plane, but it's Air Force One. So, you know, you say, that's okay. That's not our big problem. We have other problems. But they're all really fantastic, and they're really the top of the line, top in the world. So we're coming in, we're 15 minutes away, and he then says, so we'll be 10 minutes, and we'll be landing. I say, I still don't see any lights at all. And I do that. I like to sit with pilots and land planes. You know, I have a nice plane, and I sit sometimes with a pilot. It's beautiful to watch. And so now we're 5 minutes away, and you have a machine that has a voice of a machine, but it actually sounds like a human, but the most beautiful voice you've ever heard. And it talks to you as you're landing. It tells you what's going on. Very standard. It's, you know, the highest grade equipment. Then I hear 1,000. That means 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet's very, a big plane like that, that's very low. That's like a 10-story building. That's not very high, right? And we're flying over like desert. I hear 1,000, 900, 800, you know, as it's going down like this, and everything's fine, it's going down, but I don't see any lights. You know, usually you see lights, you see LaGuardia, you see Kennedy Airport, and you see lights in the distance, and you think, isn't that a beautiful sight? Well, we're going down, and I didn't see a damn light. They have all the lights turned, and they said 600, 500. It's an incredible voice, a computer voice, but it's so perfect. 400. I say, Captain, are we okay? I'm sort of taking I'm trying to pretend I'm fine. But I don't see a light, and I got these guys, and they're up there, and they're confident as a, sir, we're just fine, sir. So we'll be landing in about a minute, sir, a minute. Goes 300, 200. There's not a light. It's dark. And I think there wasn't even a moon out that night. 200, 100. I'm 100 feet above the ground. I see nothing. And then you hear, pwah, pwah, pwah. You know, we land. I say, it's a miracle. And you know what I said? I said to my staff right after I landed, am I allowed, because I showed great bravery, I thought, am I allowed to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor? I want to give myself because I showed great bravery. He said, give me a towel. Give me a towel. Oh. No, I showed great bravery. No, they said that wouldn't be a good idea. I'm only kidding. You know what happens now? The press will take that and they'll say, he decided. I had that, actually. I told this story once, but I'd say, the press said, he wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. So you can't be too sarcastic with these people because they know we're having a little fun, and if you can have fun nowadays, it's not a lot of fun. But the press actually reported me for saying I wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor. Can you believe it? For myself, because they're fake news. Oh yeah, they were. I got a couple of beauties up there. That story will be told tomorrow. And the highlight of the story is that I demanded the Congressional Medal of Honor, I guarantee it. So when you read it, just go, fake news. Anyway, but I came out and the door's open and I'm greeted by, it's good-looking group of people. A staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, he looked like a piece of granite. A general, another general, a colonel, group of people on the bottom. I go down, and that's when I met General Raisin Kane, and he was the boss. And they all said, great to meet you. I shook their hands. Sir, would you like to rest? You know, it's a long trip, like 20 hours. I said, no, I don't have to rest. Now, if Biden were president at that time, I'd say, you know what he'd do? He'd rest for about 4 days. Then they'd turn around. Did you meet the president? No, he was sleeping the whole time. He spent 3 days sleeping, and then he turned around and went back and went immediately into the beautiful bedroom of Air Force One and went to sleep. This is not what we're supposed to have for a president. So I went down. He said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, I don't need to rest. Let's go. So we start a meeting. And I said, how do we defeat ISIS? We've been fighting them for 21 years. We have the best equipment in the world. They hardly have equipment. They are great fighters, by the way, great fighters. They're natural fighters. That's what they do. For 2,000 years, they fight. They come down from the mountain. They can live in a crevice in the mountain. Don't forget, you know, you look at what they've won. It's amazing, but these are great fighters. How do we defeat these guys? And he said, we can do it. I said, how long would it take you? Now, I was told 4 years by a couple of our television generals in Washington. Is Millie a beauty? But I was told it would take 4 years. Sir, it will take 4 years. Very big effort. So I asked General Raisin Kane. I said, General, how long would it take to do it? Sir, we can do it in 4 weeks, and I think we'll have time left over. I said, wait a minute. For years, not me, everybody. You were hearing 4 or 5, 6 years, and very hard to do. And now I have a guy sitting there that truly is central casting. And I'm sitting here, and he's saying I can do it in 4 weeks, and he'll have time left over. So I say, how do you do that? He says, well, sir, when they came in from Washington, you know Mattis, General Mattis, General Milley, real beauties. General Milley's the one that decided to take the soldiers out first, okay? General Milley is the one that said, let's leave $85 billion worth of equipment behind because it's cheaper than taking it out. It's cheaper than putting a tank of nice, clean fuel in the airplane and flying it to Pakistan or flying it all the way home. It's cheaper to leave it there. We left them brand new planes, brand new helicopters, thousands of night goggles, better than the ones we have. These are brand new, never used, in boxes. 700,000 rifles, 700,000 rifles, 70,000 vehicles, trucks, cars, many of them armor-plated, many of them costing over $1 million apiece, armor-plated. And this is what we left. So I said to him, said, General, so how can you do it so quickly? I've been told it would take years to. He said, well, sir, when they came in from Washington, we have to obey. They're our superiors, so we're not allowed to give our ideas. I said, that doesn't sound like a good system. He says, but that's the military system. They would come in and they would tell us what to do, even though we're here. And when you think about it, it's incredible because the people we're talking about are incompetent and the people I'm talking about are unbelievable soldiers. And the reason, if you'd like me to finish the story, the reason I tell you this is that we have an unbelievable military, okay? We just have some really bad leaders. So I think it's an important story, but I said, so General, how are you going to do it in 4 weeks? And they can't do it in 4 years. He says, well, sir, when they came in, they would only use this base. And this base is very far away. It's a big base. It's a main base. We gave it to China, by the way. You know who has that base right now? China. Because when they left, China has the base. And the reason we should have kept it, not for Afghanistan, we should have kept it because it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, right? So we give it up. How stupid are these people? So anyway, so General Raisin Kane goes, no, sir, we can do it in 4 weeks. We can do it very quickly. I said, so what was the problem? Well, sir, they came in. I disagreed, but it's not for me to say. They came in, sir, and they said very strongly, we can only use the one base. Now, the one base is very far away. By the time we got there to the site, we had to turn around to refuel, come back. So they were going here. They had about two seconds, and now head back. Let's head back. And that's what we had. But we have portable, what we call portable bases, sir. We have a lot of portable bases. We have 9 of them at least already up. And if we use our portable bases, I said, why didn't they? Said, well, they're located in some countries and they would consider it not politically correct. But sir, nobody would know where the hell these planes are coming from. I said, that's probably right. She said, they're politically correct. They want to be politically correct, so they didn't do it. So they had 7 to 9 bases. So I said, so what I'd do is very simple. I'd leave from here, but this is the least important. I'd supply from here, but I'd go out to all of these auxiliary or portable bases, and I'd hit them from the left. And sir, I'd hit them from the right, and I'd hit them from up above, and I'd hit them from right under their ass, sir. And I'd hit them from so many directions, they wouldn't know what the hell is happening. And sir, it'll be over very quickly. I said, I have to think about this because nobody's ever told me this. Nobody's ever told me this. I said, I'll speak to you. I went back to Washington and I spoke to him on Monday or Tuesday. I said, you still feel you can do that, General? Absolutely, sir. I said, go ahead and do it. And he knocked the hell out of him, and he knocked him out. Knocked him out. Less than 4 weeks. And then I had to give an order because there were a lot of them that were cornered. He said, sir, we got cornered rats. I said, what do you mean rats? They're human beings. Hey, they're not human beings, sir. These are bad people, sir. These are really bad people. I said, so what are you suggesting? He said, well, you let me know when the job will be completely finished. I said, well, that's a lot of people you're asking me about. You know, that's never been my thing. I build beautiful buildings, I do other things, right? He said, that's never really been, it's a lot of people. He said, they're not people, sir. So here's what you do. Take those gorgeous F-16s and fly over them for a while. Keep flying over them. Get those F-24s, F-22s. You fly over them. And maybe you'll scare the hell out of them and they'll surrender. They won't surrender, sir. They don't know what the surrender is. They don't know what a white flag is, sir. They don't surrender. Whether you like them or not, those son of a bitches, they will never, ever surrender. And I say, so what do you think? I said, here's what you do. Spend a little time flying back and forth. Let's see. He said, yes, sir, I'll do that, sir. And he did. He calls me up. Sir, what do you want me to do? Well, did it have any impact? Absolutely none, sir. They don't care. They're prepared to die. I said, all right, you have to finish it off. He finished it off. And you know what? We got rid of ISIS, 100% of ISIS. And then I took out al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS. So I knocked out al-Baghdadi, and then I also ended the life of the world's top terrorist, Qasem Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb. Every one of you, and respectfully, I love you, but you too, he was the father of the roadside bomb, the bomb. And he made them bigger, bigger, bigger. They kept getting bigger, bigger, and more sophisticated. 94% of the people that died or had legs or arms or faces obliterated, removed from their body, 94% was because of Soleimani. And I took him out too. Bigger than any terrorist in the world. I went to Walter Reed on numerous occasions because to see the soldiers. And I've never been, I would always say I could have never been a doctor because I can't handle that stuff, right? You know, I'm not, if I see somebody with a little finger, little blood guy, I say, huh? And yet I was able to handle it so incredibly well because when I looked, I don't know, it was a different feeling of love or something, but I would go a lot. And I'd see these soldiers come back so badly wounded, so badly. By the way, the doctors at that hospital are unbelievable, what they can do. But, you know, some of these lives, the lives are so bad. One young man, he went to Princeton University. Princeton, he was a great student. He was actually, you know, family's well-to-do, I understand. He wanted to spend some time as a life experience. And he went to Princeton and he got blown to pieces in his last day. He lost both legs, both arms, and most of his face. And I walked into the room and his parents were there grieving. I've never seen anything like it. They couldn't believe it. You know, this kid was like this perfect, handsome. They have a picture of him by the bed. You know, you see him and he's so badly, horribly hurt. And they have a picture of him by the bed. Beautiful, handsome guy. I'd love to look like that. I said, I'd love to look like that. I told his parents, I said, boy, this is tough, huh? He said, we never thought this was possible. He wanted this before going to work on Wall Street. He was going to do this as a life experience. You know, I thought, life experience. Another one was a great young man. He was unbelievable with the roadside bombs. He was the best guy at finding them. And he had, you know, we had great equipment for it. We had the long, I don't know if you've ever seen them with the long rods, and they have, on the end, they have tremendous equipment, computerized in every way, but the most incredible equipment. And he had a half a day to go, and he said, hey, I'll go with you guys into the field. And he went into the field. He said, I'll go with you. He's got a half a day. He's coming home. Got a half a day. But he's friends with all these great soldiers, great people. And so he spent his last half day there. They're going out, and they're looking for roadside bombs. And he got the hell blown out of him. And like you wouldn't even believe. Honestly, a few years before that, you could never save these soldiers. What they do, the way they can, what they can do to keep people alive today is so different than it was just a few years ago. It's incredible. In some cases, maybe it's not even that good a thing because the lives are so horribly destroyed. But he went in and he was searching, and what happened is Soleimani all of his bombs were being detected by brilliant young guys and brave guys like this. And he came up with a new bomb, even bigger, but more importantly, every single ounce of that bomb was made out of plastic. So the metal detector only detects metal. Every ounce of that thing, big, was made out of what's called hardened plastic. And it doesn't have to be that strong. Even the screws are they showed the screws are made out of plastic. Everything's plastic. So he's looking for metal. First day, they put him in. And he got blown up. Most of his friends died. And think of it, he could have left. He didn't have to go out with them that day. He went out and he lost his life. And that was Soleimani that did that. The king, the father of the roadside bomb, the biggest terrorist in the world, nobody close. I mean, Osama bin Laden wasn't even in that league. And he's killed so many people, not only soldiers, a lot of soldiers, but destroyed the lives of so many people. And so many people are walking around now without legs or without arms because we took him out. We got him. The Prime Minister of Pakistan told me, when I heard, and he was a friend of mine, very handsome guy, was a great athlete, and Khan, Prime Minister, and I was with him, he said, I've won many awards. You know, he was the #1 cricket player in the world, or just about #1. He was like, take your best athlete, take a Tom Brady. He was like the Tom Brady of cricket, which over there is the biggest. They don't know about football. They know cricket. Everything's cricket. They have stadiums. They built a stadium in India that holds 138,000 people. It's big, and he was just about the best player. Celebrated all over the world, but he retired. He ran for office. He won as a great celebrity and athlete. He said, when I heard that Soleimani was killed, he said, I believe it was the biggest day of my life. And he didn't say happiness or sadness. He said, I've never had an event so big as that. And when I heard that he was killed, he was feared all over the Middle East, feared. He was, as you know, from Iran. And it really set them back a long time. I believe that the mullahs, I believe that the leaders of Iran actually were happy about it because they were afraid of him, very afraid of him. I believe, I may be wrong about that, but the Prime Minister told me that when I heard that Soleimani was killed, I walked to my house from my office, and I stayed in my house and contemplated for 1 week. I couldn't believe this happened. This was the biggest event in my lifetime. He said, you have no idea. And I was told that by 1 or 2 other leaders too, something very similar. And we took him out. And I think that's one of the reasons that I had no problem with Iran. Iran was broke when I was there. not when I started, but when I finished. I told China, if you give Iran $1 for oil, they have a lot of oil, if you purchase any oil, you're not doing business with the United States. And any business that gets through, we're going to tariff or tax you at 100%. So China didn't buy. I mean, you can look at this. You got to look at the numbers. They went down. I had them down to almost nothing. And by the time I left, and then we had the election, and had that election not been rigged and stolen, and which it was, had that election not been rigged and stolen, had the election been fair, you would have never had a problem for two reasons. Number one, they didn't have the money, but you would have had a deal. They wanted to make a deal. They were going to make a deal. They were broke. They said the other day, one of the commentators, who was not a Trump guy at all, a very liberal guy, but he said, whether you like him or not, Iran he broke them. But he said they were broke. They didn't have any money. And you remember reading about it. They couldn't give Hamas any money. They couldn't give Hezbollah any money because they didn't have any money. Now they've got $100 billion plus $6 billion for a wonderful deal we made on, think of the deal that we made. 5 hostages, 5 hostages. I said, no, but then they say, well, that's not all. It's 5 and 5, but they get $6 billion. Think of it. Just think how stupid. But the $6 billion is peanuts compared to the oil. You know, the $6 billion, it plays well, it reads well, and it's simple to understand, although nobody would do the deal. How stupid. By the way, when they made that deal, I said, you're going to have now hostages captured all over the world. Because once you agreed, you know, I did 58 hostages. I got 58 people back, 4 of them from North Korea. That's tough. I got 58 hostages back for no money. We never paid money. Because once you pay money, you set a precedent where they're going to do it again and again and again. So it was a big thing. And when I tell you the story about the Prime Minister, I don't think I've told that story to a large group. But I tell you about the Prime Minister, he thought it was the biggest event of his life. He never thought this could happen. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, and I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. Instead, I got us out of those endless wars and brought our troops back home. And with the historic Abraham Accords, I even made peace in the Middle East. We had peace. We got the Abraham Accords. We would have had just about every country signed up within months after the election. And you know how many countries they've added to the Abraham Accords? None. Not a country. Because they're incompetent. Look, Biden is the most corrupt and most incompetent president in the history of our country. And you know, until I got indicted, because once you get it, I get indicted for this nonsense. Even every legal scholar says these indictments, and they're not indictments, they're political opponent indictments. Political opponent. People forget that. They say, oh, Donald Trump is going to court. No. And even the ones at a state level or a city level, he put his people, meaning they put their people, Garland and the young woman that works right under him, who's a big friend of Weissman. You know, Weissman, they've been after me for years, and that's fine. So far, they haven't done too well. I became president, and they said, man, they couldn't believe it. You know, they said, we can never let this happen again. And that's what they did. That's how they cheated. We can never let this happen again. But we're going to have it happen this time. It's going to be the biggest election in history, but we got to be careful. We got to be careful. 2024 will be the biggest election in history. Will be the biggest. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, because it's we are going to win it, I'll have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It should have never started, but I'll get it settled. I know them both very well. Good relationship with very, very good relationship with both. It's got to get settled. The human lives. The number of lives being lost is far greater than what you're hearing. When you see buildings like that coming down, the number of lives being lost is far greater than anybody knows. We'll get that settled before I even get into the Oval Office. We will get it settled. To protect our citizens from foreign threats, I will build a state-of-the-art missile defense shield. You know, We have a lot of crazy people out there, and they're willing to do. And we actually have that technology now. It's our technology, by the way, but you see how it works in Israel, where they shoot down like 98% of the missiles. They're like shooting needles in the sky. It's incredible, the talent. And today, really, to be a great shot, you're better if you went to MIT than if you lift weights all day long, you know? But it's incredible when you see these guys in action. They're shooting down these little missiles in the sky, and they shoot them down. They didn't have that. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do that, but we really didn't have the technology, even close then. But now we have the most incredible technology. Much of it is in New Hampshire, by the way. You know, you have a lot of that technology right here. But we're gonna build a great. Remember when Russia was going crazy over it? They hated the fact that we were doing it, because it meant they had to build much more, and put a lot of pressure on Reagan. Reagan was a really good president, except on trade. I disagreed with him on trade, but he was a very good president and had a great way about him, right? It was like your father in the White House, and it was good, but he was excellent. And he wanted to do that years ago, but we really didn't have the technology. Today we do. And, you know, it's okay to spend a lot of money to defend. If somebody goes crazy from some country, if we can shoot that missile down, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. And we're creating jobs in our own country, and it's jobs for things that are very important. I will end Joe Biden's disastrous war on American energy and unleash the most powerful economic weapon. It's called drilling for oil, or as I call it, liquid gold, or as I say sometimes, drill, baby, drill, right? Drill, baby, drill. We have more liquid gold than anybody. And it's no wonder crooked Joe Biden and the far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary. You got to watch, you know, we're going to have a lot of votes. We're going to have plenty of votes. The big thing that we all fear, everybody in this room fears, is the way they cheat on elections. It's the second most question. I think the first question I get from people come up and talk, and they say, "Sir, could I ask you a question?" Yes. How do you take it? That's my first question. Because this isn't supposed to happen to a former president who's very popular. I got 75 million votes. And that's their count, okay, which is a phony count, but I got votes, more votes than any sitting president in history. And I went from 63 to 75. That's the biggest increase. There's never been a president. Most presidents, like Obama, got less the second time by millions. Others get... Who said that? Who said that? And by the way, somebody else said something. They said, this man said something he shouldn't say. I will defend. He said, Chris Christie is a fat pig. You cannot say that, sir. You can. Please take that back. Please take that back. No. He said, Chris Christie's a fat pig. You cannot do that. This is a tough group. Anyway. They're weaponizing, you know, the beauty of that is, you know, he said that and I'm correcting him, but the beauty of that is the fake news. You know, you're not allowed to use the fat word, and you're probably not allowed to use the pig word, right? The beauty of that is that the press can't really do anything because I'm defending him. They can't do anything, so, you know, so it's sort of interesting the way that works out. They can't really write the story because I'm defending the fact that you can't use the word fat pig when you describe Chris Christie. He's not a fat pig. For purposes of, he is not a fat pig. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference because we're beating them so badly in the polls. You know, I don't know if you've been seeing the polls. The polls are going through the roof. And I think you like me the way you've liked me. We've had a great love affair. But what you're seeing now is something that you've never seen before. Now you're seeing the most incompetent people in the history of our country running this country with open borders and all of the things they're doing. You know, your taxes are going to go up 4 times. Your energy prices have gone through the roof. All of the inflation that would have never happened. It was caused by energy. With me, you were going to have low energy, so you would have never had any inflation. We had no inflation. We had the best economy in history. But you know, it's going up. So when you see, it's no longer just you like me and you like my policies. You see that what's happened to this country, the stupidity, the fact that maybe in a way one of the most important things, we're not respected anymore in the world. They laugh at us. They think this guy, and again, I would have never talked about him with this disrespect until they indicted me. Once they indicted me, I said, I mean, it can't happen. And they indicted me for nothing. They indicted me for criticizing the election. They indicted me for things, and virtually every legal scholar you read says, how can it happen? They got me in New York, where my company turned out to be a great company instead of a bad company. They indicted me because they said I inflated numbers, and my numbers, it turned out, were extremely conservative, just the opposite of what, and now they don't know what to do. And the judge is being made to look, he's a radical left person, and he actually accused me of something before the trial started. And now it's sort of coming home to play. We'll see what happens, but it's a disgrace. So when they did that, and you know, they're using state people like this AG, Letitia James, she's a disaster. No, she's a disaster. She's grossly incompetent. What she does is, and she campaigned for a year. I will get Trump, I will get him, knowing nothing about me. Her whole campaign, many candidates, she got a few votes, and it was more than anybody else. She becomes the Attorney General of New York, right? And she campaigned on this, didn't know a thing about me, and then gets witnesses that have now been, they lied. The one witness, their star witness, he lied so badly, they don't even know what's going to happen. He totally made up the story, and he admitted it. It was a Perry Mason moment. At the end, where Perry Mason, do you mean? And then some guy walks into the courthouse, he looks, he goes, oh, I did it, I killed him, I killed him. And that's the end of the show. I had that live in New York last week. The star witness against me lied and then said all the things that he said about me are false. Can you believe it? So we say, we want a directed verdict. I won't give that to you. The whole thing is crazy. But you know what? The people get it. And that's why our poll numbers are high. I'm the only person in history that got indicted that saw about a 30% rise in my poll numbers. Usually, you know, we were doing fine before. Usually you get indicted, you're a politician, you get indicted, and about within 5 minutes you're at a microphone. I've decided I will go home to my family, and I will be with my family, and I will fight for my name and my reputation. Okay, you know, all that. And that's the end. That's the last time you ever hear from the poor person. With me, it's like, I said, how are we doing? Sir, your poll numbers went up 14 points today. You know why? Because I explain it to people, and they get it. This is a political opponent hitting his political opponent. And it's never happened in this country before. It has happened in many other countries, third world nations, banana republics. But the people get it. I mean, I have a judge in Washington, D.C., who put a gag order on me. I cannot speak. So if the fake news asks me a question about like something, I cannot speak. I'm sorry. How do you think that would be in a campaign? You're watching, what do you think about the campaign? I'm sorry, I can't comment. She put a gag order. Then it's been taken off by the appellate division. But you got to count it. But think of it. They do things like this, but she sets a trial date. This could not be. One day before Super Tuesday. Now, you know Super Tuesday is a big day. Now, to me, the big day is Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada. Because I think this whole thing might be, you know, we're up about 42 points here. We're up 44 points in Iowa, I think 44 points something. How can the farmers vote against me? I got them $28 billion from China. Nobody else would have done that. I got the farmers of Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, all these states, $28 billion because they were abused by China for so many years. I said, what was the number to Sonny Perdue, Commissioner of Agriculture in the United States, under me, good guy. He said about 28 billion. I got the money from China out of the tariffs that I got, which was many times that number. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I gave our farmers $28 billion. Nobody can believe it. Then my people say, please don't be so arrogant about it. I say, what's arrogant? I got them 28. They're not going to vote against me. And that's exactly what's turning out. I told that to Iowa the other day, and they were all laughing. But it's true. I got them $28 billion that they got screwed out of by China with really bad things they did to our farmers. And what farmer is going to vote against me for some stiff that was never for them? Like tens of millions of, and I'm not wearing lifts either, by the way. I don't have 6-inch heels. Actually, the greatest moment of the debate when Ron DeSanctimonious was walking off the stage, and his feet, it's weird, because there's cowboy boots. So they have a high heel outside, but inside you got a big deal going on. And he's walking like... No, he's walking off the stage like he's trying to balance himself. I thought he was wearing ice skates. No. What difference does it make, right? What difference? When you think about it, what difference does it make? Like tens of millions of people within our nation, I'm proud and strong. I'm a very proud election denier, because unless the truth is found, we will never have fair, free, and honest elections, and we have to have them. And again, for the first time in American history, a sitting administration has charged its only opponent, I think. I guess you could say leading, but I think it's only. I hope that's correct. But its opponent with criminal offenses. Think of it. Now, that means that I could do that too. I'll be in the White House. I don't want to do that. I wouldn't do that. But you know what? I'll be sitting there and they'll say, sir, there's a Democrat who's surging. I say, really? Well, you know, they did it to me. Now I can do it to them. Indict him for walking across the street in an improper manner. And when he gets indicted, he'll go right down the tubes because they don't have much of a platform. Now, it's a very bad precedent that they're starting. It's sort of like we talked about with the hostage stuff where they get paid $6 billion. You know, you set a precedent. Well, this is a precedent that maybe in a certain way is much worse than that. I did a great job, and I got indicted. So when I never used to say he's a stone-cold crook. He's the most grossly incompetent president. And now I say it, and I'm saying the truth. Because I had too much respect for the office of president, aware that its charges are bogus. Think of it, this was all bogus stuff. The prosecution has sought to proceed in secret, forcing the nation and the world to rely on biased second-hand accounts coming from the corrupt Biden administration and its media allies, people like that. You know, the funny thing, their numbers are way down, and they said they had the greatest numbers they've ever had during the Trump administration. If I were the media, now they're all going bankrupt. If I were the media, you know what I'd do? I'd hope that Trump wins, because during the Trump administration, that was the golden 4 years. Now I just saw where the New York Times is way down. They're all way down. Washington Post is way down. I don't even know. You know, at what point do you say you could be rich, but at what point, if you're going to lose $100 million a year for the privilege of having a newspaper that's losing that kind of money, you know, at what point do you say, I'm not going to do this anymore? But the Washington Post is way down. They're all down. And they were all up. During my 4 years, now they were up with fake stories like Russia, 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 you know, the Mueller, all the different hoaxes. And we had plenty of them, but they were doing great. Now they're way down, and, you know, because they're not believed anymore. You know, that's the problem. When I started running, they had a very high approval rating, and I think it's one of the greatest things I've done. I've told people that they're corrupt and they're dishonest, and they have to straighten out their act because people are not believing them. And when you don't have a free press and when you don't believe your press, you've got yourself a very big problem in the country. But as a result, the citizens of our great country are unable to review for themselves the facts of this case and show. So it's so unfair. And I look at it, and when you think about, you got treated this way by your political opponent. So when you hear Trump is facing a lawsuit, remember, this is a Biden lawsuit. This was Biden. He took his top person from the Department of Justice and put him into the local New York Manhattan DA's office, running it. You're not even allowed to do that. But they took the top person, as you know, I believe the name is Colangelo. They took the top person, they put him into the Manhattan DA's office, Colangelo, and this guy was in Washington, D.C., working for Garland, and now he's in this office, and even signing checks and the papers. This is a terrible thing that's happened. And I don't even know, I mean, to be honest, I don't even know if Biden knows. But the people in his office knows, like Lisa Monaco and other people, they know what's going on. You know, they're friends with some very bad people. But it's a very bad precedent, it's very dangerous. And again, such a thing has never happened in our country. I've made clear from the outset, the prosecution has repeatedly denied me my fundamental constitutional rights, including my right to have a trial. I want the trial. I announced last night, you probably saw it. They said, sir, do you want a trial with or without cameras? Now, most people would say without. I say the opposite. I want this trial to be seen by everybody in the world. The prosecution wishes to continue this travesty and darkness, and I want sunlight. That's a nice way of saying it. Isn't that pretty? I want sunlight. I want everything exposed to the public, including the election fraud, because this is all about election fraud, which took place in 2020 and the 2020 presidential election, so that such a thing can never happen again to our country. You know, we want paper ballots. We want same-day voting. That's what we want. And we don't want mail-in voting. And we want one-day voting. You know, these things that last for 48 days, and you see them wheeling things with wheelbarrows, dumping them, ballots. No, what we want is we want one-day voting, we want paper ballots, or we want voter ID. You know, they just did it in France. France had mail-in ballots. Look, mail-in ballots, you know, are going to be corrupt. Even Jimmy Carter had a commission. He said, if you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have massive corruption, and we don't want that. But every person in America is beyond and should have the opportunity to study this case firsthand. It's to be, oh, this will be very good for the networks. They should want it. But I can tell you, the prosecutors don't want it, and the judge doesn't want it, if you can't believe it. And they watch it, and if there's a trial, because I should not even have a trial. This should be thrown out long before. But if there's a trial, I want everybody to see all of the horrible things that took place, all of the horrible charges and all of the things that were done with respect to a very corrupt election. And let's let the public decide, because I want cameras in every inch of that courthouse. And we've asked the judge in Washington, D.C., we've asked her to be recused because she hates me. You know, is that a good reason? I think so, right? No, the judge truly, truly hates me. She is a Trump hater at the highest level, so we've asked for her recusal. She's denied it, and we're appealing that. And we'll definitely be asking for a venue change, D.C., especially in light of the fact that I want a federal government takeover of our capital so that we can fix our capital. It's dirty, it's filthy, it's crime-ridden. People are being murdered every day. It's incompetently run. And I want to do that, and certainly that would not be very popular with a jury of residents. They're not going to be thrilled. We have deranged Jack Smith. Have you ever heard of him? He's a lovely man. Do you ever see him with the purple little thing? He's a lovely man. The Trump-hating prosecutor in the case, his wife and family despise me much more than he does, and he decides, I think he's about a 10. They're about a 15 on a scale of 10. And he was involved, you know, Jack Smith, the deranged one, I call him. He was involved, crooked guy. He was involved with the failed and very messy Lois Lerner IRS scandal. Did you know that? And the prosecution of Governor of Virginia, Bob McDonnell, which was overturned unanimously by the Supreme Court, as well as the failed prosecution of presidential candidate John Edwards. And he's charged. What he did is horrible. but they got him in. They brought him back from The Hague, and they said, go get Trump. It's a terrible thing that's happening in America. But, and he's a disgrace to America. They want to silence me because I know the truth, and I'm not afraid to say it. Their goal is intimidation of everybody at the highest level. But I really don't care. I don't care. I just want to do what's right for the country. I didn't need this. You know, when I did this, somebody said the other day, are you glad you did it? Because I had a hell of a life. I had the most beautiful life. I don't think I could do whatever I want, the best properties, the best resorts. I could have had the greatest time. Instead, I'm here on a Saturday afternoon with you, working my ass off. Working my ass off up here. No, I had a good life. But I was asked a question. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. But I was asked a question, a lot actually, but I was asked this question. If you had it to do again, with all I've been through, I mean, I got indicted more than Al Capone. Did you ever hear of Al Capone? Scarface. He was the meanest of all gangsters. If he had dinner with you and you looked at him in the wrong way, you looked at him like you smiled and you were mocking him, you were a dead person. Alphonse Capone, Scarface. He got indicted one time. I got indicted 4 times. And I have other trials, too. You know, I have other civil trials I have to go through. This is a terrible thing. Nobody's ever done it before. But they asked me, if you had it to do, you had such a great life. If you had it to do again, would you do it? I didn't even hesitate. I said, absolutely, because we made America great again. And we're going to make it even greater. You know, there are a lot of rich guys around that didn't do much and they whatever. But no, I would do it again in a heartbeat. People find that hard to believe. And one thing, I think I've kept a lot of rich people out of politics. You know, I used to have guys say, smart guys. I used to, one guy said, oh, I want to do it so much. I want to do it so much. I'm going to do a very successful guy, killer, really successful. He said, but I have one problem. I said, what's your problem? He said, I have stage fright. I said, if you have stage fright, don't become a politician. Don't. I think I saved him a lot of anguish. But they asked me, would you do it again? I said, absolutely. I said it without even thinking. Absolutely, I would do it again. Because what we did is miracles. Don't forget, this is the greatest movement of all time. There's never been anything like this. Never been anything like this. There's never been a movement in probably anywhere, but in this country certainly, but probably anywhere because of the importance of this country. But you remember Pat Buchanan, how well he did 50 years ago in New Hampshire, right? And because he almost won, right? He came in second, I think, right? But he did very well against an incumbent. And I think, did he come in second? Does anybody remember? It was a long time ago. But anyway, I think he came in second. And he became legendary for the rest of his life and very successful and, you know, one of the greatest political pundits, good man. But we won every state. Think of it, every single state. We came out in 2016 and just state after state after state. We won we won South Carolina. Remember, I was going to go down to South Carolina. They said, oh, he'll never win South Carolina because Bush is very close to the military. Bush did nothing for the military. And then I won by like 70%. 70%. And then we went up to Nevada. And then we went to Florida, and I had 2 people. I had a senator, right? And I had a governor. And I had both of them. And I said, this is not good because, and they had a thing that if you win, winner take all. So I said, I don't want winner take all. Because we had Bush was the governor. We had Marco is the senator, sitting senator. I said, that's a lot to compete with. I don't want to do that because, you know, give us our proportion. If I'm at 10% or 5%, at least let me have that. So I was all set to sue, and a poll came out, and it said Trump would win Florida by 70%. Marco would get 11, and Bush would get 9. I said, stop the lawsuit immediately. Stop that lawsuit. But every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it truly a great badge of honor because I'm being indicted for you. I am being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, ladies. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in their way. I'm standing in their way. This is far more than a campaign. This is far more than a campaign. We're all involved in a great political movement, the greatest such movement ever in the history of our country. I mean, there's never been a movement like this, not even close. And now it looks, I mean, if you look at the polls, we're winning every swing state. We're winning states that nobody's even thought about. After years of betrayals of New Hampshire workers, together we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, the best trade deal ever made. I appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. We achieved the most secure border in U.S. history. We built over 500 miles of border wall. They like to say, oh, it was less. It's not. It's much more than that. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. So when they say about Mexico, I saw some guy in the debate say, oh, Mexico gave us 28,000 soldiers. They said they're going to pay for the wall, but there was no mechanism for that. You know, sometimes you don't have. I said, you got to give us soldiers. You got to give us. Right now, we have the biggest caravans in history coming up. Right now, they're coming up. I got them to give us free of charge 28,000 soldiers. Now, I didn't tell you. I said to them, if you don't do that, we're going to tariff every product that you sell into the United States at approximately 25%. And they said, we would love to give you those soldiers. On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. Stop the invasion. This is an invasion. This is like a military invasion. We'll stop the invasion on our southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries, which was a big thing. You know, we had no terror during my administration. The only terror we had was Nancy Pelosi, who's a crazed lunatic. She's a lunatic. She is a crazed lunatic. What the hell was going on with her husband? Let's not ask. Let's not ask. I'll withdraw that statement. By the way, she's got a wall around her house. Obviously, in that case, it didn't work very well, did it? It didn't work. And I'll implement strong and ideological screenings for all immigrants. And if you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists and people that hate our country, because they're not getting in, then we will stop, because then you have to just go for the other side. If you hate America, you have to go for the other side. We will stop Joe Biden's inflation disaster immediately and rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had that. And unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, who wants a 23% national sales tax on everybody in this room, which would devastate New Hampshire, would devastate your economy, would go to hell. I'll give you tax cuts, regulation cuts, interest rate cuts like you've never seen before. You know, I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan tax cuts, and I gave you the largest regulation cuts. That's why we had the best job numbers ever. I will approve pipelines and infrastructure to cut through the cost of energy. And, you know, if you had a pipeline going through New York State, your energy costs will be less than half. Do you know that? And they couldn't. Do you know that? You have the highest energy costs in the nation. Your governor ought to work on that one, too. You pay more than any other state in the nation. And with a simple pipeline going through New York State, your energy costs would be cut in less than half. You would get all the energy you need, but they can't get it done. And I had it just about done until COVID came in. I had it done, but I had to get Democrat approval. And you would have had it, but we'll get it done very quickly, very, very quickly. Unlike Ron DeSantis. The other day on NBC, they said, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have as our guest Governor Ron DeSantis. That's called great branding, when you brand a guy so strong that they don't even know what his name is anymore. Unlike DeSantis, I will protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. He was not good on Social Security and Medicare. On day one, I'll sign a new executive order to cut federal funding of any school pushing critical race theory, transgender. No, but can you believe you even have to say it? Pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. How about we will stop the sexual mutilation of your children? Can you believe? No. Can you believe you have to say that? Can you imagine if somebody got up here 15 years ago and made the statement, we will stop the sexual mutilation of your children? They'll say, is this guy... No, we will stop it. Can you believe this, that you have to say it? I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And the other thing, and I said it, I alluded to it before, but who would ever think that this is even a possibility? I will keep men immediately out of women's sports. Can you believe it? That you have to say that. It's embarrassing to say it because people, you know, people from 20 years ago, if they came back 30 years ago, probably 10 years ago, if they came back and heard some of the things that I'm saying we're going to do, they're going to say, that place has really gone bad. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment as I did. Not a change was made. And I will continue to protect innocent life. We will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections once and for all, and we will do it properly. And in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Israel is under attack. Our economy is cratering. Inflation is totally out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition like probably we've never seen before. Our currency is crashing. I will soon no longer think of it. It's soon going to not be the world standard based on what's happening right now, which will be the greatest defeat. Once our currency is no longer the world standard, that will be the greatest defeat that we've had as a country in 200 years. Then we will revert to third world status. It won't happen with me, not even a little chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, China would not even have thought about raiding Taiwan, and the attack on Israel would never have happened again. Iran had no money. They were broke. We would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength instead of our greatest embarrassment in history with the loss, and I'm so sorry, but the loss of your children and your family. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in serious decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we will not let it happen. If you want to save America from Crooked Joe and then get you have to go out, you have to really do it. We have to do it. You know, the one way we win like you've never seen before, we have to slam it on Election Day. We have to come up with votes, because there's a point at which they're cheating, can't get it done. There's a point at which the cheating can't get it done. So get every patriot you know and get them out to deliver a massive victory in the primary, but honestly, more importantly, in the election, the primary. Let's get the primary done first. We'll be back here many times, but we got to get the primary done first. So join our campaign by visiting nh.donaldjtrump.com or text Trump to 88022. Okay? 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, and you've been at my side from the beginning, we will demolish the deep state. We're going to expel those horrible, horrible warmongers from our government. They want to fight everybody. They want to kill people all over the place, places we've never heard about before, places that want to be left alone. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media until they become real. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job that we started better than anybody has ever started a job before. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. You're going to be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first. And today, especially in honor of our great veterans on Veterans Day, we pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country, that lie and steal and cheat on elections and will do anything possible. They'll do anything, whether legally or illegally, to destroy America and to destroy the American dream. The real threat is not from the radical right. The real threat is from the radical left, and it's growing every day, every single day. The threat from outside forces is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within. Our threat is from within, because if you have a capable, competent, smart, tough leader, Russia, China, North Korea, they're not going to want to play with us. And they didn't. Despite the hatred and anger of the radical left lunatics who want to destroy our country, we will make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, for a guy who's going through so much, boy, can he put on a show. He can share Agenda 47, his speech. He can have serious moments, strong moments in that speech. But also, I'll tell you, he can really make you laugh and, loosen you up a little bit. And he had the crowd laughing, the crowd clapping, the crowd shouting as well. Here in Claremont, New Hampshire. We want to thank our sponsors, Birch Gold and Blackout Coffee and the Trump Book, for their great sponsorship there. Birch Gold, of course, they're trying to devalue the dollar. Well, at the end of the day, you've got something with a gold-backed IRA and 401k. All you got to do is text Trump to 8898. That's Trump to 989898. And why not give Blackout Coffee a try as well? Great coffee from great patriots right here in the United States of America. And the Trump Book. Instead of letting kids get indoctrinated by those that try and brainwash them while they're young, why not have something from Mike Huckabee the Trump book will be a great gift this Christmas. Also, speaking of great gifts, MyPillow. You can't forget about the main man, Mike Lindell, who's doing great things in this country. Go ahead and use that RSBN promo code for MyPillow. Also, if you'd like to donate to RSBN, all this live coverage that you see, the crowds, the full speech, the commentary by great patriots, Brian Glenn, Christina Bobb, Vanessa Broussard. My name is Matthew Alvarez here live in Claremont, and we're here to be a voice for you, the patriots of this country and the ones that love freedom in this country and around the world. So you can donate to RSBN by going to rsbnetwork.com. Also, one other thing, the newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, exclusive offers, exclusive coverage, right there to your email inbox. We want to thank you so much for tuning in, for streaming us live on Rumble, on rsbnetwork.com, on YouTube, everywhere that you're watching this broadcast. Follow RSBN on Truth Social at RSBN, along with Telegram. You can also follow Truth Social's channel by downloading that Rumble app and following the channel. Let your friends know, let your family know. We're just getting started. Less than a year out until the election. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Once again, live from Claremont, New Hampshire. America, have a great night.
Welcome to Sleepyville, where no one sleeps deeply. The pillows are bad and the sheets are made cheaply. But there is one family in a Sleepyville town that uses MyPillow for the best sleep around. My pillows are adjustable for proper alignment, and the Giza sheets breathe so they feel no confinement. So order MyPillow for great sleep refinement.
Why are they so chipper?
Their co-workers wondered.
So much energy and zest, like they've had the best slumber.
And when they peeked in the window, the secret was clear. MyPillow sheets, pillows, and mattress toppers appeared. MyPillow is breathable and lasts more than 10 years. It's washable and dryable and was manufactured right here. Giza cotton is what makes the softest of sheets, and the mattress topper helps support pressure points for deep, dreamy sleep. So click the link below to stop counting sheep.
We want MyPillow!
The citizens of Sleepyville cried, but they didn't realize the family had a surprise inside. They were all given a MyPillow to keep. We spend a third of our life snoozing, so let's make it quality sleep.
I got towels too.
And mine are blue.
So welcome to MyPillowville, where everyone sleeps on the pillows that align and the softest of sheets. With the support of the mattress topper, the people snooze deep and wake up well rested, and their deadlines they keep. So if your bed feels like rocks and your sheets feel like Brillo, you need better sleep, which means you need MyPillow. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead, click the button. I'm tired of rhyming, so please click it and save me. Please, I can't rhyme anymore. Just click that link. Stop watching this and click the link to get the best sleep of your life.
Blackout Coffee. Fresh roasted, bold flavors, serving heroes on the front lines.
Blackout!
Blackout coffee, baby!
Blackout coffee!
From the ingredients we use to the values as a company we have, quality is something Blackout Coffee drinkers expect. But where did it start? Meet John.
Our thought process in the beginning was to make a coffee for all the everyday American that works hard, plays hard, and never stops. We actually started playing around with the beans, and we came up with different types of beans to make a really strong coffee that does not give you the jitters.
My name's Doc, and I am the lead roaster for Blackout Coffee. To me, I've tried all sorts of different coffee, even the smaller independent brands, and Blackout's just different. It tastes different. And I actually came across them while working for a different company, and I could smell the roast going on, and I'm like, I need to try that one. It's not coffee, not to me. It's freedom.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest Christmas sale ever. You get our brand new 6-piece My Towels for only $29.98, or rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper as low as $99.99. Or how about MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98? There's something for everyone. Duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more. Well, I know MyPillow products make for the perfect Christmas gifts, so I'm going to extend my money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024. So go to MyPillow.com now or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get huge discounts on all MyPillow products. For example, you get our 6-piece towels for only $29.98. Or get your very own MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $24.98. It's our biggest Christmas sale ever. Get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
I'm excited to announce that we're bringing back our best offer ever on our original My Slippers. You save $90 a pair with your promo code. And now My Slippers come in even more sizes. Smaller sizes, larger sizes, wide sizes, and all new styles and colors. Get them for your friends, your family, your neighbors, everyone you know. What makes My Slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you're not going to find in any other slippers. My Slippers' patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help relieve stress on your feet. I'm so confident that you and everyone you know are going to love My Slippers that I'm extending my 60-day money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2024, making them the best Christmas gifts ever. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save $90. That's only $49.98 a pair. Quantities won't last long, so please order now.